Recording in progress. disappear from the screen. I will whack it. What? Shall I try? No.
Yep.
Oh, it did work. Thank you. All right. It is now 4:32. Time to start the open session to hear public comment before closed session. Roll call.
Councilmember Bonner,
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Here.
Mayor Martinez,
Here.
Vice Mayor Jimenez is absent, and Councilmember Willis will be absent the entire meeting.
Can you read in the items?
During closed session, the council will discuss the following items: liability claims, claimant Janet Brandy Rout, agency claimed against the city of Richmond. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Bryant versus City of Richmond et al., Martinez versus City of Richmond et al., Winehaven versus City of Richmond, Giddyville Rancheria of California et al. Versus United States of America et al., North Coast Rivers Alliance et al., Point Melody Alliance et al. Versus City of Richmond, Hangley's Hilltop Buick et al. Versus City of Richmond, Riggers Loft Wine Company versus City of Richmond et al., Public Employee Performance Evaluation, titled City Attorney. Conference with labor negotiators, city designated representatives, Heather McLaughlin, unrepresented employee, is the city manager. Agency representatives, Sharon Taylor and Jack Hughes. Employee organizations include SEIU Local 1021, full-time and part-time units, IFPTE Local 21, mid-level management unit and executive management unit, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. We do
Thank
not
you.
have any requests to address the council at this time.
Okay, no request. In that case, we will retire to closed session. Thank you. This is the beginning of the regular meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bonner,
Here.
Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Presente.
I'm sorry, this is commissioners. Commissioner McLaughlin,
Here.
Commissioner Robinson,
Here.
Commissioner Willis will be absent the entire meeting. Commissioner Zepeda,
Here.
Chair Martinez,
Here.
and Tenant Commissioner Scott.
Here.
Thank you. Next item?
Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is a report from the Executive Director.
Good evening. Buenas tardes. My name is Gavin Arredondo, RHA Interim Director. KCRT, could you please put up the PowerPoint? Next slide, please. Today, we wanted to provide an update on the construction activities at Nevin Plaza. Currently, the Phase 1, which is 36 units, has been completed. 15 residents have moved back in. And currently, we are in the Phase 2. We have relocated 27 units and pending 2. And hopefully, everybody will be able to return in June 2024, and we could start the Phase 3. So here are some pictures of some of the Phase 1 units from the kitchens and some of the finishings. Next slide. On the left is some of the new windows, the floors, some of the cabinetry, and the hallways. Next slide. Also, what EAH also did is for some of the residents that came back, they had some housewarming gifts related to their kitchen. And I know we also have been getting some questions related to concerns about noise and dust. We have a phone number here that we will also put in the first floor of Nevin Plaza for any residents that still have issues related to the construction period. And that is all for the Executive Director report.
Thank you. Next item?
Next item is agenda review.
There are no changes.
No changes.
I'm sorry.
This
I
is
asked
for the Housing Authority.
Oh, sorry.
Our next item is the Housing Authority Open Forum. And tonight we have one speaker, Mark Walsberg. And we ask that you please keep your comments respectful.
Oh,
No.
this is 13 reports on the hacienda complaints. 13 of them, 4 was incident reports by the Richmond PD. They only came out twice. They called twice and gave the people a bunch of garbage. Said, well, we can't do nothing because she has the right to yell and scream all hours of the night and in the morning. It was so bad she took a baseball bat and started bashing her furniture. She hit the front door so hard that the door was vibrating. The neighbors downstairs came out. The neighbors across the street came out. Across the hallway. Everybody's complaining to the manager. But she goes, well, she has the right to do what she wants to do. It's her place. She's paying rent. There's nothing we could do. So I said, what do you expect to do? Just sitting there listening to this garbage? She goes, well, ain't nothing we could do. She has the right to do it. Wake everybody up in the middle of the night. The Richmond PD told me a bunch of lies. Said, well, we really can't do nothing because it's a private property. Even though if she assaults somebody, we still can't do anything. I mean, this is totally stupid because I called a social worker and I had to fill out a complaint. Then I'm looking to get a lawyer to sue Hacienda because I said, it doesn't take 3 months to kick somebody out. This woman is a plain psycho. She's going to kill somebody. Everybody's scared of her, especially the African Americans there. I mean, if you don't get this woman out, you just wait. She's going to end up killing somebody or hurting somebody, because the social worker told me to come into the front of the city council and tell you people what's going on. And I want to make it known to the Richmond PD right now. I don't care how I say, if they want to be pissed off, fine. I'm going to call 911 every damn time I hear a peep. If they don't like it, they could go back to the police academy and learn how to enforce the law.
That was our only speaker. The next item on the agenda is the Housing Authority consent calendar. We need a motion to approve.
Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I second.
Motion by Cepeda, seconded by McLaughlin.
Commissioner Bana,
Yes.
Vice Chair Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin,
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Willis is absent, Commissioner Cepeda,
Yes.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
and Chair Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Well, that brings us to the end.
Thank you.
And it is now time to adjourn this meeting. Turn the page to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Thank you, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you.
Roll call?
Councilmember Bana,
Here.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Cepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Here.
For the record, Councilmember Willis will be absent the entire meeting. 6:50. Okay.
Next item.
Next item on the agenda, is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is agenda review. We have a request from Councilmember Bana to remove item X10A, and that's the city installation of street lights. And item Y3, the Rapless contract, is being continued by the
Yes.
mayor. And to what meeting? Do you know?
To the next meeting.
Okay.
And I also want to continue X7A and Y1.
X7A and Y1.
Yes. No, Y1 will be continued for 2 meetings.
And X7A will be continued to the next meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Is that it? Is that it, Mayor?
Yes, that's it.
Okay. Our next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
On the closed session agenda, the item C1, liability claims, Brandy wrote. That item was discussed, direction was given to the city's negotiator for settlement discussions. The item of Bryant versus City of Richmond, the council voted unanimously, 2 council members absent, Jimenez and Willis, to authorize $34,000 to settle that lawsuit. The Martinez item was discussed. No reportable action was taken. On the Winehaven, Giddyville, North Coast Rivers Alliance litigation concerning Point Malati, there was a status report. There was no reportable action taken. The item Hanley's Hilltop Buick versus City of Richmond, that item was not discussed. The Riggers Loft litigation was discussed. There was no reportable action taken. The evaluation of the city attorney was not conducted. The labor negotiations, item C4, was also not discussed. And that's the closed session report.
Our next item is the report from the city manager.
KCRT, can you please put up the slides? Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council. Next slide, please. This week, we'd like to highlight several things that are taking place. Next slide. We'd like to announce that the passing of our former mayor, Mayor Anderson. It's with profound sadness that we're honoring the memory of former Mayor Anderson, who recently passed away. And we'll have a proclamation on this evening regarding that item. Next slide. And for those who are interested, city staff have, KCRT in particular, has worked closely with Michelle Milam and other staff to create a Remembering Mayor Anderson website, which lists Mayor Anderson's history and accomplishments, as well as interviews that were conducted by KCRT staff. So I want to thank them for doing that. Next slide. In honor of Black History Month, LEAP is presenting poetry and resources. Our poet laureate, Stephen Sharp, will be on February 16th at 1:30 here in the Civic Center Plaza. We'll recite poetry and discuss the creative process and share his work as an independent book publisher. Next slide. Also want to notify residents about an opportunity to receive grants and beautify your block. If you're interested in volunteering and learning how to improve your neighborhood, we have resources up to $10,000 to support cleanup activities and beautification projects. The application deadline for Love Your Block is February 23rd at 11:59 p.m. If you have any questions, you can visit the city's website to find out more information or call the city manager's office at 510-620-6512. Next slide. Also want to notify everyone in Richmond about the Richmond Promise Scholarship. It is now open for the class of 2024. The Richmond Promise was created to create a college-going culture in Richmond, and the $1,500 annual scholarships are just one of the great benefits that come along with the Richmond Promise. It's renewable for 4 to 6 years and can be used at any two-year or 4-year higher post-secondary institution, as well as career technical education. Applications are due on April 12th. And for more information, visit www.richmondpromise.org/scholarship. As your city manager, I serve on the Richmond Promise Board and really appreciate the partnership that we have there with the school district and Contra Costa College. It's been a very rewarding experience and great that we're able to offer this scholarship to all young people in Richmond. And with that, I'll turn it over to Sharon Taylor to go through the new hire report, and we're really excited to report on great activities happening in our fire department.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Sharon Taylor, Human Resources Director. KCRT, can you please pull up the slides? Well, we have a very robust report for you today. Particularly excited about some of the changes in the fire department. Next slide, please. So these are some photos of our current Fire Recruit Academy. We have a partnership with the City of El Cerrito. We're very proud of the work that Chief Smith and Assistant Chief Osorio has done to create this partnership. Here are photos of recruits for both cities and also photos of them in action. So this is really a wonderful progress there in the fire department with our new academy. Next slide, please. So I'd like to introduce to you some of our firefighter trainees, our recruits. Clayton Caligari, Masay Hernandez, Tanner Moody, Alex Otani, Jameson Patanapich, Andrew Pierce, Fernando Ramirez, Brevin Sibley, Ezekiel Zepeda Lomeli. And moving on to our finance department, we hired a new payroll manager, Mong Turn. Frednisha Marks is our new administrative services coordinator in finance. Fernando Romero Cruz is our building inspector in planning and building. Anna Duran is our new crime prevention specialist in the police department. Trevon Ross is a new police officer in our police department. Osvaldo Rico Navarro, new maintenance aide 2 in public works. Jennifer Reneso Pigaron, administrative assistant in fire department. Gustavo Alvarado Arandia, police officer trainee in the police department. Michael Barton, police officer trainee. Brian Oxley, communications dispatcher 1 in the police department. Hannah Simpson, communications dispatcher 1. Christopher Dixuel, assistant city attorney's office. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Matthias Eusterbrock, associate admin analyst in planning and building. Fabian Bonda, maintenance aide 2 in the public works department. Pablo Radkrishna, maintenance aide 2 in the public works department. Sky Seyong, recreation program leader in our recreation department. Salvatore Gallo, lifeguard in the recreation department. Cheyenne Lewis, recreation program leader in the recreation department. And we also would like to highlight promotions during the month of January. Rakisha Hill, police officer in our police department. Eduardo Perez Flores, police officer in the police department. Jacob Brownlow, fire inspector 1 in the fire department. Carolyn Connery, fire inspector 1 in the fire department. Christopher Aravalo Tapia, fire captain in the fire department. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'd like to thank city staff for doing such a robust job of hiring. We're filling in all those gaps so that our city can run so much smoother. Thank you. Next item.
Our next items, reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1234 reports, are limited to 2 minutes per council member.
Councilmember Bonner.
Thank you. I would like to, first of all, thank Patricio Press for this beautiful mug that has my name, Mr. Mayor's name, Melvin's name, and is memorializing PD Press for us. Thank you very much. She hand-carved it herself all over, including the bottom and handle. Next, I would like to thank my colleagues at the City Council who signed a petition to CPUC to underground roughly 2,000 miles of PG&E high power lines and consider priority for doing so in very high fire hazard severity zone areas of Contra Costa County. I also took it to the mayor's conference and received signatures on the petition from other mayors and city council members. As a result, we received acknowledgement from Commissioner Reynolds from CPUC explaining that they have to be fair to everyone, but there are things that could be done. PG&E needs to apply for a certain process. I understand my colleague, Vice Mayor Jimenez, has asked PG&E for a presentation, and I hope we can ask them about this important issue too. I also would like to thank in my turn Richmond Fire Department and Police Department for the hiring, and Sharon and City Manager filling the vacancies. We're very happy that there will be way less overtime, hopefully none, in both the Fire Department and the Police Department. I would like to add little note to thank Stephanie Nye for including the community of Hasford Heights in Dumpster Day. Apparently, it was never included. With the help of Stephanie and residents living there, it's going to be included in Dumpster Day. Thank you very much. That's all.
Anyone else? If not, then we'll, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'll just mention, I'm not sure whether this was in between the last meeting and now, but I had a wonderful meeting at Laurel Park. I think I just mentioned I was going to be meeting with them. I did meet with the Laurel Park Neighborhood Council, and it was well-attended and got some good information and concerns. And thank you to staff for responding to these concerns that I shared with staff that came from Laurel Park residents.
Thank you. Councilmember Robinson.
Actually, I think we already talked about the library. We did last time. I'm going to skip it.
Okay, all right then. Then we'll move on to the next item.
Can I add something very quick?
You should be succinct. Go ahead.
I just wanted to thank my colleague Gail McLaughlin for representing Richmond in gatherings for an MOU for wildfire safety in East Bay Hills. I'm glad to say that it was the MOU that we passed previously, thanks to all my colleagues who voted for it. It was passed at the Board of Supervisors this morning. Thank you again.
Thank you. Now we can move on.
Our next item is under commendations, presentations, and proclamations. Item V1 is a proclamation honoring the life and legacy of former Richmond Mayor Irma L. Anderson.
All right. So I believe that all of us want to be part of it, so I suggest that we go down front to make this presentation.
Thank you for coming. We're going to stand over here. Hi, I'm Sohaila Bana. Thank you for coming. I'll let you.
Would you like me to hold it for you?
Yeah, please. Yeah, let's. Well, Irma Anderson was a very, very important part of Richmond history. She contributed so much, and there are so many workers here who are here because of her. And the city is so much better because of the work that she did. We have a proclamation here, which I want to present to Ahmad Anderson. And so, should we read from it or just speak from our heart? Okay. It does say, whereas the city of Richmond, California honors and commemorates the life and legacy of former Mayor Irma L. Anderson, a distinguished public servant, dedicated healthcare professional, and a trailblazing leader in our community. And whereas Irma L. Anderson, born and raised in Boston, Massachusetts, demonstrated early in life an exceptional commitment to academic excellence and leadership, becoming valedictorian and student body president in high school, and continuing her education at the esteemed Cornell University School for Nursing as the second Black student to graduate from the respected institution. And whereas her move to Richmond, California in 1959 with her late husband, Reverend Booker T. Anderson Jr., marked the beginning of a profound and lasting impact on the community she chose to call home, nurturing a family deeply rooted in educational integrity and professional excellence. And whereas Irma L. Anderson's career, I'm sorry, whereas in 1992, upon retiring as Director of Public Health Nursing, Irma L. Anderson embarked on a distinguished political career, starting as the first Black female city council member in Richmond, receiving unprecedented support and re-election due to her commitment to the community. And whereas in 2001, Irma L. Anderson achieved another historic milestone to becoming the first African-American woman mayor of Richmond, California, where she was instrumental in fostering community partnerships, securing funding for vital programs, and advocating tirelessly for the well-being of Richmond residents. And whereas Mayor Anderson's numerous roles in local and national governance, including her service on the Metropolitan Transportation Committee, Contra Costa Transportation Authority, and as chair of the United States Conference of Mayors Children, Health, and Human Services Committee, reflected her unwavering dedication to public service and her victorious leadership, visionary leadership. And whereas Irma L. Anderson was beloved by many and respected by all that knew her or were impacted by her presence and actions, and whereas Mayor L. Anderson was the forefront of ushering in improved policies through her elected office, her membership on local, regional, and state boards, as well as her commitment to several community groups throughout the years, and whereas the City of Richmond recognizes Mayor L. Anderson's unparalleled commitment to public health, education, and the betterment of her community, leaving a legacy that will continue to inspire and guide us. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Eduardo Martinez, on behalf of the City of Richmond and the Richmond City Council, do hereby proclaim February 16th, 2024 as the day to celebrate and remember the remarkable life and contributions of Mayor Irma L. Anderson, and to benefit her memory as a beacon of leadership, compassion, and dedication to the City of Richmond and to all of our residents. So we give our utmost love, dedication, commitment to the inspiration that she has given us all, so that we can follow in her footsteps and continue the legacy that she's begun, so that we can emanate the love for the community that she has shown. I think she has created a large footprint for us to follow. Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
So, excuse me. So thank you, Mayor and City Council members. I appreciate this moment in time. I should say I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the city staff for the work and the efforts, for what they've done. I want to definitely let you know that my mom, the former Mayor Irma L. Anderson, was very grateful of this city, so much so that she stepped up and stepped in and committed a great deal of time from the time she arrived in 1959 and to the time she left us, being able to commit her time and energy and her empathetic leadership and servant leadership to this community. She loved the city, she loved the people, and she loved the work that she was able to put in. I should also note on this Black History Month that my mom not only was the first in those areas that you mentioned, but she was the first African-American woman to be elected to a major city in the state of California. And that's huge. And so we all stand here on her shoulders. And she's paved the way. I look forward to myself continue to serve in leadership and community activities to uplift this city and continue to keep Richmond in a positive light. Thank you all for coming this evening. Thank you for those who are on Zoom. God bless and be well.
Thank you. Good. All right. Anyone else?
Just quickly, I just wanted to say thank you and condolences to your family, and to just give a little remembrance. When I came back to Richmond after being in college, I was a volunteer coordinator working at Booker T. Anderson, and she came to one of the events, and she was one of the very few people who really openly welcomed me back and encouraged me to continue my service and to continue to grow, and just encouraged me. And I was, fresh out of college, and I wasn't getting a lot of encouragement from people when I came back here. And so I just always remember that she was warm and welcoming. It was my first big event that I was leading at Booker T, and the first time I was doing something in my own community as kind of a post-college professional. So I'll always remember that and always treasure it, because, it's not easy to step up, right? It's not easy to step up and serve. And to have somebody who's already in that position, who's a trailblazer, extend a hand and be welcoming and encouraging was huge for me. So I really give thanks to her as a trailblazer, and we have to be careful never to forget. So, yeah.
Other people?
Just want to send my condolences to the whole family. I know I sent you a short note, Ahmad, but please, know that our deepest condolences are with you. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for providing that proclamation that was read. And thank you for your remarks, so well stated, Ahmad.
I just wanted to say also my condolences. I sent a text to you. I was in Colombia. I hope, this is a hard time for not only for the family, but for Richmond. Richmond is going to be missing a great leader that opened the door for many women of color here, and me and Doria and Bana and many others who has been here. And it's just like, as you say, it's not easy, but she was the first, and we are trying to fill the big shoes. It's not easy, but I am glad that I was able to not meet her in person, like close, but I had been in meetings and in gatherings where she was, and she was speaking, and she was just like a powerful house, always with a lot of energy and a lot of encouragement to young folks who wanted to be part of the community and be leaders. So thank you, and that is a gift for us to have leaders like your mom.
I've had the pleasure of meeting your mom a couple of times, and I really honor that memory. And I just wanted to let you know that as the liaison to the Historic Preservation Commission, I'll do my best to memorialize her name in Richmond's history.
Once again, I want to thank you for coming and sharing this moment with us. I know that she passed with a loving family surrounding her, and that's a blessing. And I know that she passed with the knowledge that the community loved her also. I continually learned how much the city of Richmond learned at her passing, because everywhere I went, there was a memory of her. Everywhere I went, someone wanted to share a part of her that they experienced with me. And that truly is a testament to the power that she had, the influence that she had, and how she improved the city of Richmond. So thank you.
I want to extend my condolences again. And I thought I knew your mom, right? I got the honor of being able to meet your mom several years ago. And every opportunity, I took it. She was a wonderful woman. But you think you know someone, and in this past couple of days, I have learned so much more about her that I wish that I would have had the opportunity to live longer alongside her to share those moments with her. We have a proclamation that is a page and a half or so, but I don't think there's enough pages to be printed. With every person you meet, every conversation you have, they have so much to add. She's enriched people, even though she never knew some of these individuals. And that is the power of a great leader, the power of someone who looked out for the future, because she planted seeds years ago that we are now seeing them come to life and bloom. And it's all that great work that your mom put together for our community, and I'm very appreciative of that. Thank you so much for sharing her with us. Thank her for her service of many years to the city of Richmond. And as people will learn the next couple of days, and as we continue in memory of her, they will know that she touched so many lives. When you go to clinics, if you were affected by pandemics in the past, including HIV and AIDS, the Richmond Parkway, transportation, she touched so many lives without them knowing. And I just hope that we all get the opportunity to take a moment to realize her efforts there. So thank you again.
Thank you.
We have one speaker in-house, and then anyone that wishes to make comments on this item. In-house speaker.
Who's this book for? Do you know who this book is for? Who's this book for? It's from Bama?
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, Vice Mayor Jimenez. Again, my name is Harpreet Singh Sandhu. I'm the Senior District Representative for Congressman Garamendi. Congressman couldn't be here tonight to join you in this proclamation as he's in Washington, D.C. Congressman, however, sends his deepest condolences to the whole family, the Irma Anderson family, to the extended family and the families here and citizens of Richmond. As mentioned before on the proclamation, there's not enough adjectives in her achievement to put on a proclamation. But I do want to thank our city manager. For those of you who are watching this, much of the work you can see on the website. And even that is not enough, but thank you for the city manager putting her accomplishment on your website. Congressman will be also speaking on the floor this coming week of Ms. Anderson, and there will be a flag presented from the Capitol to the family, and we will continue to rejoice and talk about her accomplishment. But I do want to take the time out to say that how her accomplishment, I know Ms. McLaughlin, you served with, I believe, with Ms. Irma Anderson, and many of you didn't, but and for two terms, and 2 years with her. And so it's a blessing that we all learn from her, and many of us learn much from her accomplishment and her way of doing things. So we're so grateful that some of us had the opportunity to work with her, knew her as a friend and as a community leader. So we will continue, Mr. Anderson, with the legacy that she has left for all of us to work towards. So we will talk more about her, and Congressman will definitely join in other activities in the upcoming time. So we, on behalf of the Congressman from the 8th Congressional District, the people of California, our deepest condolences, and we will rejoice in her celebration. Thank you.
Jesswar, please call the speakers.
Okay, I have 7 speakers. I have Christy Berry, Judy Stroyer, Michelle Milam, Derek Shogan, Levi Brekowitz, Tarnell Abbott, and Mitzi Beffy. Christy Berry, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Christy, you're unmuted. You can go ahead and start. Hello? We will come back to Christy. The next speaker is Judy Stroyer. Judy, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Judy, you're unmuted. You can go ahead and start. Okay. I'll try Michelle Milam. Michelle, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Michelle Milam, City of Richmond Crime Prevention Manager. But more than anything, I am a resident of Richmond, and I would not be here if not for Mayor Irma L. Anderson. I served with her on her staff as a 20-something. I worked for the state, and she said, you need to come back home and you need to serve the community you grew up in, which is the city of Richmond. I learned so much from Mayor Anderson that I think Harpreet is right, can't be really encapsulated in any kind of a statement. But one thing that this community needs to know is that this is historic. At the time that she served, to be able to go and have a woman run in a position where it was male dominated, where she was an African-American female, where she had been an advocate for health, for human rights, for children's rights, it's amazing. Her accomplishments. We wouldn't have a ferry if it were not for Irma L. Anderson. We wouldn't have the Office of Neighborhood Safety. We wouldn't have many of the transportation improvements that we have. She was also a servant for ABAG. There were so many things she did for transparency in government, including us getting our agenda ahead of time so that the citizens have an opportunity to review it. But more than anything, she was a public servant. Her favorite quote was Shirley Chisholm, "Service is the rent that we pay for the privilege of living on this earth." She was the kind of person who would call up people who lost their family members. She was the kind of person who would stop, like Councilmember Robinson mentioned, and encourage other people. She came to my grandmother's funeral. There were just so many things about her that just make her a remarkable person and a spectacular mayor. But she's also history. So in this Black History Month, I strongly encourage the council to memorialize the history of Mayor Irma L. Anderson. So important for us to be able to remember and capture all the things that have been done in the city. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I think the clock is frozen. Just 1 second. The next speaker is Derek Shogan. Derek, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Derek Shogan, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Okay, I will try the next speaker is Levi Brekowitz. Levi, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Levi, you're muted. You can go ahead and start once you're ready. Okay, I will come back to Levi as well. The next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
My name is Tarnell Abbott, and I live in the city of Richmond. I had a lot of differences with Mayor Irma, but I really want to remember her for her courage in 1999 when she was the vice mayor. She initiated a sister city relationship with Regla, which is it's a community that's it's like a neighborhood of Havana in Cuba. And so there's been 25 years of Sister City Accord, or Friendship City, really, to be technical about it, with our Richmond Regla Friendship Committee, which is thank you to Irma Anderson. And that's it. Thanks, folks.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Mitzi Beffy. Mitzi, if you'll unmute yourself, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Wonderful. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Mitzi Bepay. Today, I'd really like to talk about Black History Month. I would like to say that we are beyond racism, that the days of race-specific laws are against us, and for a while, I believed this wholeheartedly. That was until a man from Nigeria moved next door to me. I was faced with the uncomfortable truth that he is not and will not be treated the same. Today, I'd like to tell you about him. My neighbor's name is Bara, a traditional name given to men born after a string of girls. Growing up as the only boy in a home full of sisters, he has a deep respect for women. When he and his wife and their little girl,
Excuse me? Excuse me?
yes?
This is not open forum. This is to speak in memory of Irma L. Anderson. So
My
if you-
goodness, I'm so sorry. I'll be back on public forum.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I will try Christy Berry again, and then after that, I will try Judy Stroyer and Derek Shogun. Christy Berry, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Christy Berry, you are muted. You can go ahead and start if you're ready. Okay, that doesn't seem to be, okay, I see Christy's unmuted. Okay, I'm gonna move on to Judy Stroyer. Judy Stroyer, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Judy, you're unmuted. You can go ahead and start if you're ready. That doesn't seem to be working either, so I'm going to try Derek Shogun. Derek,
Yes.
you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. Am I coming through all right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Is this the part of the meeting where I can say that those niggers aren't human and they need to go back to Africa? I
No,
don't care
it's
about Black
not.
History
It
Month
is
and get
not.
right off.
Okay, and that was the last public speaker. Thank you.
Amazing person to have endured that sort of ugliness. So I apologize on behalf of the city and want everyone to know that that is not Richmond. Not the Richmond we want. Right. All right. If that was the last of the speakers, then we'll go to open forum.
Open forum. Our next item is open forum. This is.
Okay. Well, once again, thank you for sharing this time with us.
I see the names down. I can read the names. Ready?
Yes.
Our next item is open forum. This is an opportunity for the public to make comments on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. It'll be limited to 2 minutes. We ask that you please keep your comments respectful. If you are joining us via Zoom, please raise your hand at this time. Our in-house speakers?
I would also like to add, if anyone is disrespectful online, shut them off.
You got that, Jaswara?
Will do. Thank you.
Okay, our in-house speakers are Rick Perez, Patricia Perez, Mark Wasberg, Faiza, Wesley Alexander, and Jamin Purcell. Rick Perez.
Oh, how many times have I said following Mark was not the best thing in the world, but after that last statement I heard, how come this keeps happening to me? Okay, so anyway, the city of Richmond is much better than that. And so anyway, I first off acknowledge Irma Anderson, and believe it or not, I've been out here in front of the city council when she was mayor. That's a long time ago, but I was a lot younger and a lot and resented all this authority out here. But nowadays I'm out here for, you guys know the reason I'm out here these days. It's like one thing that came to my attention the other day, how we entrust the police to enforce the laws, yet somehow they always manage to skate on the other side of the law when they violate the law. And, you know, I don't take no pleasure in pointing this out, but it needs to be pointed out. I just, I don't know, these positions of authority sometimes really get abused. So, all right, well, thank you guys. I know I ramble on a little bit, but thank you guys, and I appreciate the better part of Richmond and not this ugly thing we just heard. Thank you.
Patricia Perez?
I'll follow with an up thing for police. We absolutely do need police. Without police, we would have to survive living in total chaos. Some people screaming, F the police, is never going to stop bad police from killing our beloved weaponless family members. Defunding the police is no way to go either. All police, and especially the ones formerly in the military service, need specialized training to effectively de-escalate situations if and when lives are in danger because a suspect has got a lethal weapon. Police have the right to defend their own life, but no police officer should have the right to kill any weaponless person simply because they decide that person's life does not matter based on their own lack of cultural competence training. Thank you.
Mark Wasberg? Uh-oh, I'm sorry. There you go. Mark, press the button, and then do not touch it again. Let me handle it.
Okay. Now it's working?
Go ahead.
All right. Screwed up my time, man.
Okay, I'm starting your time.
chose the police. Can you come to the room, please?
That's the police.
Can you say no?
That's the crazy lady at the hacienda. Goes like that 24/7, day in and day out, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and the management says, well, nothing we could do. So they say, well, trying to do something, but all they do is give everybody the runaround. You need to write a letter to the hacienda and tell them that you need to get this psycho out of there because she's going to kill somebody. I know it's not funny, but this reminds me of when Miguel McLaughlin went off the deep end when she was in the R room.
Faiza?
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I just want to thank you, everyone, from the bottom of my heart for voting on that day, on that night, for the people who are voted and for the people who did not vote. Thank you so much, and I do appreciate it. And the second thing I wanted to say, my condolences to the family. I met her when I was on the board for the homeless shelter. And also I wanted to let everyone know for the last statement. This has been happening for a long time. It's not only Black people. It's for so many different nationalities. They go through that almost every day. And what they see on TV, it makes it even worse because of the hypocrites on the news. They don't tell the truth. So I just want to say nothing changed in Gaza, and everything is the same. And the people over there also thank you because we get in contact with the people. They thank all the people on the panel here for voting for them. At least they know someone with them. And I wanted to say something about people in Gaza. They are very resilient. They will never give up. And no matter what, they're not gonna go anywhere. This is our land. This is our land. And no one can take that away from us. Thank you.
Wesley Alexander? And he'll be followed by Jamin Purcell. Press the button. Okay, hold on.
Greetings, Mayor, City Council, as well as city staff. I want to acknowledge you guys for the hard work you guys are doing to address the hiring needs of the city, to make sure that the governance is operating as smoothly as it can. I also want to acknowledge the family of Mr. Anderson and for the contributions of his mom, the former mayor of this city, especially during a time when we're looking for people to move in purpose, for people to sacrifice, for people who see that there's a need and they answer the call. So I think it's important to acknowledge that she wasn't from Richmond, but she was doing the work and she had a significant impact on many, many people. And that's something that we're called to do. With that said, I'd like to ask that the city of Richmond really focus on small business development, and particularly on agenda items. I've been coming to a number of city council meetings, and I've noticed there hasn't been much around business development or small business development or any agenda items traditionally or the city council meetings I've attended. I would ask that you prioritize speaking to the activities the city is doing to support small business development. And that includes not just the businesses, but also includes creatives and as well as nonprofits. So I'd like that to be something to be focused on. Additionally, I know you spoke about ARPA a few meetings ago, and that you guys approved $1.25 million, and I want to salute the city for reaching out to other cities to figure out how they can activate those funds. But something as simple as offering $5,000 to brick and mortar institutions that were operating during the pandemic could potentially impact 250 businesses in the city of Richmond that could potentially cover their rent for 2 or 3 months or help them with additional costs that they need to navigate during these tough times. Lastly, I'd like to also address that there has been no additional investment in downtown Richmond since CoBiz has opened. And if you think about it, the 12th and McDonald project has not been activated, and it's now 2024. That's more than 400 individuals that could be patronizing restaurants, businesses, and other institutions in that corridor. So I ask that you just focus more on small business development so that we have jobs and economic development. Thank you, guys.
And our last in-house speaker is Jamin Purcell.
I'm going to be very brief, and I'm just going to say that I think that one of the things that I noticed most about with the passing of the former Mayor Anderson was that there's not a place where we can actually learn about these trailblazers within the city. From my understanding, because whenever I've gone to the Richmond Museum, there's not a dedicated section for the Black community and the impacts it's had. So I would ask, I don't know what power the City Council does have, but I would ask that they solicit to have a dedicated section to that museum. And then as well, I know that there is discussion about being able to turn the Pullman, where the former Pullman Hotel was, into a Black History Museum about the city of Richmond and dedicated. And I think it would be a great place to be able to honor her as well. And I hope that she is as well mentioned, not just this month, not just today, but going forward as we remember the people who have made a huge difference within our community. Thank you.
That was our last in-person speaker.
Okay, I have a few speakers on Zoom. I'd like to remind people to please keep their comments respectful, or as previously mentioned, you'll be cut off. I have Judy Stroyer, Christy Berry, Jim Conley, Mitzi Beffy, and a user using a MacBook Pro. Judy Stroyer, if you have 2 minutes to speak, you can go ahead and start. Judy Stroyer, you'll have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start if you're ready.
Okay, thank you. I had some things to talk about concerning diversity and equity and inclusion, and also some free speech stuff. Am I coming through clearly?
Right now, I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I would like to talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and also some free speech issues. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is set up to kill the white race. It's diversity, inclusion, set up by Marxists to suffocate the white race by putting all of the weight against us being able to get fair opportunities. Anything like that being done to any other race would be called racism, and it would be shunned, and people would be banished from society because of it. But being done to white people is somehow virtuous, and people reject any time a white person stands up for themselves and says, hey, this is racist against us. And another thing is that the ADL keeps shutting down free speech by sending paperwork with instructions to different city councils telling your type of councils that you need to shut down free speech in this way because no one can dare criticize a 2% minority with an overwhelming overrepresentation of power and control. But when we talk about diversity and inclusion and equity, often we talk about whites having too much representation and how you need to balance things out. But when it comes to people asking, hey, what about the 2% minority who are false Jews, Ashkenazi, Turkish Mongolian genetics, why did they have all of the banks, all of the media? And you look this up on Goyim Defense League Institute study on this. You could check it out at goyimtv.com and gtvflyers.com. Thank you for letting me speak. I would encourage white people to stand up for themselves and stop allowing racism done to whites.
Your time has expired. The next speaker is Judy Stroyer. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Judy Stroyer. Okay, we'll move on to Christy Berry. Christy, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. When the city government cuts off unpopular speech, they are setting the city up to be sued and held financially liable
I'm
for
sorry,
First
can you hold on real quick? The clock is frozen.
All right, tell me when to go.
Sure. You can go.
All right, thank you. When the city government cuts off unpopular speech, they are setting the city up to be sued and held financially liable for First Amendment violations. A man in Los Angeles was awarded $215,000 for having his right to address the council cut off while wearing a KKK robe attire. Hopefully, these lawsuits will force city governments to honor the rights of the people. Regardless if you like the opinions of the speech or not, then you must let them share their statements. The Supreme Court has ruled that there is no such thing as hate speech exemptions to the First Amendment. A public forum cannot cut off speech that is offensive, hateful, vulgar, racist, etc., as long as the comments are not calls for violence or threats. You must let them have a voice. Restricting free speech is a dangerous path. Without the option, how else do you expect people to address their grievances? Doing so is a serious offense and disservice to the oath you took to benefit the city. I encourage everyone who has had their ability to peacefully exercise their First Amendment cut off to file a lawsuit against the city. I've contacted legal counsel and will not stand for censoring legal speech. Just because a bunch of anti-American Jews want to silence the truth doesn't mean we will stay quiet. The people are waking up, and we know how these parasites operate. That they always cry racism while shouting "Oy vey," that's anti-Semitic. They use the Justice Department to sicken law enforcement on political opposition. They lie about the Holocaust to gaslight criticism of their sick practices. In their book, The Talmud, they advocate for the murder of school, and we're tired of it. They've been expelled from over 109 countries, and now it's obvious why. There exists no good Jew. They either openly follow their god Satan or are still in the closet about it. Every aspect of Judaism is satanic. Every aspect of racism is Jewish. Every part of the LGBT cult has Jewish roots. Why do so many of our politicians have dual citizenship with Israel? Why does a 2% minority hold the majority of political power? Whenever Jews are allowed to hold power, they do nothing but destroy. You have to serve someone. You're either on the side of God and love, or you follow the Jews to hell with their worship of money, hate, and pedophilia. Go to gtvflyers.com to learn more about the Jews. They're baby penis sucking vampires.
Okay. Next speaker is Jim Conley. Jim, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Jim, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Okay, moving on to the next person. It's Mitzi Beffy. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Phenomenal. My name is Mitzi Bepay. My goodness, hearing those men come up there and speak about their racial hardships, it just really touches my heart. I wish I could help all of them, mostly by sending these savage niggers back to Africa because they don't fucking belong.
Next speaker is a user. Sorry, go ahead, Mayor.
Boy, they get brave on that phone. Hey,
Okay. Next speaker is MacBook Pro. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. It's pretty rough to follow that. Hi, my name is Ardo Ritila. I've been in Richmond since 1965. I learned to speak English here. I got my citizenship while I was here in Richmond. I'm still here. I run the Fairmead Hilltop Neighborhood Council and the RNCC. And I just wanted to note that Richmond has a very history in the Black community. Parkchester was one of the first cities in the California to allow Blacks to buy homes. The Porters unionized themselves in the Pullman neighborhood. We have Santa Fe neighborhood, Atchison Village neighborhood. So I want to thank the mayor for acknowledging us during the NAACP awards banquet ceremony. I want to thank the NAACP, Congressman Garamendi's office, Assemblyman Buffy Wick's office, and County Supervisor John Joya's office as well. And we look forward to working with the City Council in the future. And I also wanted to say, as mama's boy myself. My condolences go out to Ahmad. I know how he's heartbroken, and he's a friend of mine. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Thank you. Next item.
Our next item is the approval of the consent calendar. We need a motion, and just as a reminder, this motion will exclude item X7A, and that is the position control item, and item X10A, that's the installation of streetlights, which we will discuss later in the agenda.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second.
First Amendment, hate speech is.
I'll move the consent calendar.
Okay, moved by Councilmember McLaughlin,
I second that.
seconded by Vice Mayor Jimenez. Roll call?
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Okay.
Next item.
Our next item under new business is item Y1, and that
Actually-
is
Y1 was continued for,
Y1? Oh, God. You're right. No.
yes.
Y2
Yes.
is to receive a report on the city's annual comprehensive financial report for fiscal year ended June 30th of 2023.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council. This evening, the agenda item before you is pertaining to the ACFR. We'll have a brief presentation from the Director of Finance and from Badawi and Associates, the city's auditors. Overall, we have good news to report. We continue to be on a path of continuous improvement.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council. Andrea Miller, Director of Finance. Alongside me is Ahmed Badawi of Badawi and Associates, our certified public accountant, independent auditors who audited the city's annual financial statements as of June 30th, 2023. At this time, I'm turning over to Ahmed Badawi to go through the slide presentation we have for you. KCRT, if you could please bring up the slides. Thank you.
All right. Great. Well, thank you, Andrea. Good evening, and thank you for inviting me to the meeting. Today, I'm going to present to you the results of the fiscal year 2023 audit. So if we go to slide number 2, that would be the agenda of what I'm going to cover today. I'll let you know who the engagement team was, what were our deliverables, and the scope of our audit. Areas that we emphasized on during our audit process, the type of opinion we issued, and give you a summary of the numbers in the financial statements, provide you some of the required communications as your independent auditor, and see if you have any questions for me. If we can move on to slide number 4, we'll talk about the engagement team. This was the composition of our engagement team. I was the engagement partner. So I'm the one ultimately responsible for designing the audit plan and overseeing the audit and finally doing the final review and approval of the audit. We always have a quality control reviewer. This reviewer is in the background reviewing our work, making sure that we adhere to professional standards, and they also provide an independent review of the financial statements. We had an audit manager. We also had an audit senior, and we had 3 professional staff assigned to the engagement. If we can move the slide to slide number 5, those were the deliverables and the scope of our audit. We were mainly engaged to provide an opinion on the city's basic financial statements, what we refer to as the annual comprehensive financial report. We also are engaged to report on the internal control over financial reporting and on compliance with laws and regulations that could have an effect on the financial statements. The city is also a recipient of federal funds, and that requires a compliance audit, what we refer to as a single audit. So we are engaged to do that audit for the city and for the housing authority. We're also engaged to provide an opinion on the Richmond Joint Powers Financing Authority, on the Housing Authority. We prepare the state controllers reports for several entities, the city, the sewer district, the Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the 3 pension plans that the city have. This year, we also conducted an audit on the Cal VIP grant. That was basically like a closeout audit. We also perform an agreed upon procedures on the appropriation limit, what we refer to as the GAN limit. And then finally, communicating with the governing body. So you can see it's a long list of audits and procedures that the city have to go through every year. If we can move on to slide number 6. So these are some of the areas we focused on during our audit. Most of them are pretty standard for most of our audits. The risk of management override of control. This is a risk that exists in almost any audit. Management are the ones that design the control and they put them in place. They are responsible for monitoring them, and they can be in a position to override them. So we always have to plan our audit to try to reduce that risk to an acceptable level. So we pretty much look at everything that management does, from making sure that we assign more experienced people to more complex areas, that we test journal entries prepared by management, we review estimates prepared by management to make sure that they're free of bias. We basically evaluate business rationale for any unusual transactions, and then we also try to incorporate an element of unpredictability in the audit procedures. So not the same account, same test every year. We also try not to share in advance all the procedures we're going to be performing with management. Revenues and receivables is another area of focus. Revenues by default are an area of a higher risk. So professional standards require us to consider this area to be a high-risk area unless we can justify otherwise. We really rely heavily on confirmations from third parties. So we send confirmations to the county for all the tax revenues and all other revenues submitted to the city. We confirm with the state regarding any sales tax revenues. We confirm with franchisees, with other payers, with grantors, and we reconcile those to the city's accounting records. We also do a lot of ratio analysis, especially on the proprietary activities, to get comfortable with the revenues. And then finally, pension and OPEB, just the dollar amount involved and the level of complexity of the accounting make it an area of focus for us. And we communicate directly with the pension plan auditors. We obtain audit opinions from them. We test the data submitted by the city to the actuaries, and then we also review the entries prepared by management to record those activities. If we can move on to slide number 7 first, that's the audit report, and then slide number 8, just to summarize for you what's in our audit report. Our audit report is an unmodified opinion, except for the Richmond Housing Authority, which and all the entities relating to it. So that would be the RHA, RAD, and RHA Properties, and the Housing Corporation. For those, we disclaim the opinion. Disclaiming the opinion basically meaning that we were just not able to provide an opinion. The records were not readily available for us to audit. This has been the case for obviously many years, so nothing different this year. But the rest of the city, we have issued an unmodified opinion, and that's, in simple terms, is a clean opinion. In that opinion, it states the standards that we followed, and those are the generally accepted auditing standards and the government auditing standards. An unmodified opinion means that we believe that the city's financial statements are fairly stated, that all estimates are reasonable, all disclosures are properly reflected in the financial statements, and that accounting policies have been consistently applied. If we move on to slide number 10, this is a summary of the city's assets over the last 3 years. And as you can see that there is an increase in cash and investments, for example. There's a variety of reasons for that, just overall increase in revenues, So that has basically led to increase in, I actually have some notes here. So increase in revenues, also business license calculation. Now it's a full year of Measure U, so that also is a factor, better investment performance during the year. So all of those are factors that led to the city ending up having more cash at the end of the year. Also, there is an increase in capital assets. The city have some projects that it's working on, I would say mostly in the wastewater treatment. So that's another area where we saw some increase. Other than that, the deferred outflow amount, deferred outflow is I don't want to say it's not really a real asset. It's just basically something that is eventually going to be recognized as an expense, but it's going to be recognized over time, and it is parked in that account to be recognized over time. A big increase this year was mostly due to pension, that the CalPERS had losses in their investments that compared to the year before. And those losses are not going to be expensed all in one year by the city. They're going to be spread over approximately 4 years or so. So they are parked in that account until they are expensed. So that's the reason for the big increase there. If we go on to slide number 11. So in slide number 11, again, the big increase is pension liability. I think I just mentioned that there are a couple of factors relating to the increase in pension liability. One of them is just the investment performance. The year before, CalPERS had 20 plus so in earnings and gains. And I think this year it was 7% losses. So it was a big swing. Also a change in the discount rate. The discount rate was lowered to 6.9%, so that automatically increased the city's pension liability. So that's the biggest increase as far as liabilities. I don't see anything else that significantly fluctuated. So we can move on to the next slide, slide number 12. And slide number 12 summarizes the city's equity. So it's just pure assets minus liabilities. And we divide the equity in 3 categories. The first one is net investment in capital assets. I always like to say this is like the equity in your home, that they are not likely to become spendable unless you sell your home, pay the mortgage, and that's what's left. The only difference is that those are city streets and other assets that it's unlikely for the city to sell. So I always say that these amounts are just unlikely to ever become spendable. And that's the largest component, the $301 million. Then there are 140 million in restricted, and those are in spendable form, but they have legal restriction on them, so they can only spend on a specific purpose. And then finally, the unrestricted component, and that's a deficit 370 million. Continues to improve year over year.
Councilmember Bonner would like to ask some questions as to the meaning of these terms.
Yeah,
Thank
please.
you. You don't have to explain, if you could just provide an example. Sorry, if you could provide examples, if you cannot explain, I mean, due to time limitations, what restricted and unrestricted are referring to?
Sure. I don't have to explain it, you said? Or would you like an example?
Please explain it, but if you
of
think
course.
it takes too long, maybe just go by an example, up to you.
Sure.
On the offer that explain each one.
I'm sorry?
In the offer, there is a page where it's... Microphone, please. I'm sorry. There is a page in the offer that explains each of them. I can look for...
There is a description, there is a paragraph in the ACFR for each of them, but I'm happy to explain it. Those are normally unspent proceeds that are restricted for a purpose. So for example, gas tax. The city, this is restricted for street work and so on. So if the city received gas tax and haven't spent all of it, it would be in those restricted amounts. It can be bond money that was not spent, can be grants that were not spent yet, and so on.
Thank you.
Sure. All right, so we were on slide number 12, and I was just saying that the unrestricted amount, even though it's a deficit, it's been improving every year, And obviously, the main contributor to that deficit is the unfunded liability for pension and OPEB. If we go on to slide number 13, this is really looking at the city as a whole, so not really taking one fund in particular and just looking at revenues over expenses. You can see that the revenues have far exceeded expenses for the year, and that is consistent with the prior year as well. So, I mean, obviously positive results, but consistent with last year as well. If we can move on to slide number 14. Slide number 14 focus on what we call the net cost of service to tax revenues. Net cost of service is the cost of running city departments minus any revenues that those departments are bringing in on their own. So those can be grants or fees to users and so on. The idea is to see whether the city's tax revenues are sufficient to cover that net cost of service. And as you can see, city have more than sufficient tax revenues to cover that net cost of service. I do caution about looking at the net cost of service. It does fluctuate year over year. So if one year you have a big grant, like ARPA, for example, that goes on and reduces the net cost of service. And then the year after, you may see an increase if you don't have that grant again, reducing that net cost of service. But the one thing that is clear and consistent is that tax revenues are going up year over year. If we go on to slide number 15. So slide number 15 is only focusing on the general fund. The general fund, for the most part, carries most of the unrestricted resources. So it's a measurement of the city's liquidity. We see some improvement in the general fund balance. What we normally do is we compare that unrestricted portion of fund balance to annual expenditures and see how many months the city can continue to pay bills using existing fund balance. And it's been increasing by 1 month almost every year. So right now it's at 5 months. So again, it's a decent fund balance. I'm not going to say it's the highest I've seen. Definitely we have cities that have higher fund balance, but it's definitely an improvement for the city, and the city seems to be heading in the right direction as it relates to fund balance. If we can move on to slide number 16. This is just a summary of the city's contributions to the pension plans over the last 3 years, and you can see it's been fairly consistent over the last 3 years. And moving on to slide 17. Slide 17, please. Thank you. So this is the city's pension liability. The city currently have 4 plans. It used to be 5 plans, and I believe 1 was closed during the year. Due to the fact that there are no more beneficiaries in the plan. So that middle row is the city's liability, and we are required to show you what those liabilities would look like if that discount rate is increased or decreased by 1%. So discount rate is one of the most significant assumptions that the actuaries have to come up with when calculating your pension amounts. And we just wanted to highlight to you that this is how significant this assumption is, that a 1% change can make your liability look very different. Currently, the discount rate, as I mentioned, for CalPERS is 6.9%. For police and firemen, it's 5.5%, and for the general pension, it's 3.5%. If we go to slide number 18. The city also offer retiree medical benefits.
Excuse me, can you talk one brief, Badawi, can you please briefly talk about what CalPERS returns last year before you move on? On the last slide, can you talk a little bit about CalPERS and what the performance was during this period?
Sure. So CalPERS are always 1 year behind. So when I talk about performance, we're really talking about a year ago. So in last year ACFR, which was a 2022 ACFR, the numbers were based on 2021 performance. And those were very strong performance. CalPERS had 20+% gains on their investments. Now, in ACFR for 2023 is based on the 2022 numbers from CalPERS. And the 2022 had losses of about 7.5%. So it went from 20 plus gain to 7 plus losses. So it's a big swing for CalPERS as far as the plan assets and the value of the plan assets. But in addition to that, lowering the discount rate also increases the liability of the plan. So it really is kind of like a double whammy where lowering the discount rate increases the liability, but also having not very favorable investment results decreases the value of the assets in the plan. So both of them increases the city's pension liability. What that means in the future, it probably means more contributions, increasing contributions, required contributions to CalPERS. But obviously CalPERS usually give you like an advance notice. They estimate 2-3 years ahead on what your contributions would be. But this is consistent with almost every municipality we worked with. That's what happened with CalPERS during that year. So. All right. Back to, I believe we were in slide number 18. And again, similar to pension, the city offered retiree medical benefits, what we refer to as OPEB. And this is a summary of the contributions to the plan over the last 3 years. And then on slide number 19, shows you the city's liabilities. The city have 2 plans. On slide number 19, please. So the city have 2 plans, have the city plans and the police officer's plan. And again, the middle row is the city's liability for both plans. And this is to show you if the discount rate changes by 1%, how the liability would look like. But with OPEB, because there are medical benefits, in addition to the discount rate, also the healthcare trend rates are another very significant assumption. So on the next slide, slide number 20, it shows you the effect of changing the healthcare trend rate by 1% up or down. Right, and this completes the part about the financial statements. So the last section of my presentation is regarding the required communication as your independent auditor. So if we can go to slide 22, please. On this slide is a summary of the different responsibilities between the audit firm and the city. We are mostly responsible for providing an opinion on the city's financial statements, whether it's fairly stated in accordance with GAAP or not. We're also responsible for evaluating internal control over financial reporting, including the tone at the top, making sure that management is sending the right message to the rest of the organization about the importance of internal controls, about how to address audit findings, consequences of fraud, and so on. We're responsible for evaluating the city's compliance with laws and regulations. We're responsible for ensuring that the financial statements are clear and transparent. And then finally, we are responsible for communicating with the city council. Management has responsibilities in this process. So our management is ultimately responsible for the financial statements. Our audit does not relieve management from its responsibility. Our audit only provides reasonable assurance, not absolute assurance, because it is on a test basis, and any audit have limitations that are inherent in any audit. Management is also responsible for establishing internal control over financial reporting, for making financial records available to us during the audit process, for establishing controls that will prevent and detect fraud, inform us of any known and suspected fraud, comply with laws and regulations, and take corrective action on any audit findings. If we go to slide number 22, as far as independence, it is our responsibility to maintain our independence, and we always evaluate that on an annual basis, whether by identifying if we have any firm members that maybe are related to city employees or council members or anyone that is indirectly related. We also evaluate any additional service that we offer the city and make sure that it does not impair our independence as your independent auditor. As far as the time frame, we believe that the audit was performed timely within the time frame communicated to the city in the engagement letter. And I just wanted to bring to your attention that, like every year, there are some new accounting standards that the city would entertain and see if they apply to the city and implement them accordingly. And this year, there were 3 that were considered, and some of them were implemented. If we go to slide 24, just wanted to bring to your attention that some of the numbers in the financials are estimated numbers, and that is acceptable as long as a reasonable basis behind those. And just wanted to give you an example of what those numbers are. I mean, this is not an all-inclusive list, but some of the big estimates would be your pension liability, your OPEB liability, the depreciation expense, and so on. Also wanted to bring to your attention some of the important note disclosures in the financial statements. So notes are the narrative part of the financials that help the reader understand how the numbers were derived. Like, for example, when you read the pension note, it tells you about what are the actuarial assumptions that were used, what is the date, and all the different risks and other assumptions that were used. So those are very helpful notes. And I just wanted to highlight to you some of the important ones. On slide number 25, pleased to say that we encountered no difficulties during our audit. There were no significant audit adjustments. Audit adjustments normally result from our audit procedures where we may discover errors or things that were not corrected properly, and there were no significant adjustments that were proposed by us. There were also no significant risk or exposures that were identified. We communicate with many law firms that the city uses to ask them to confirm litigations, outstanding contingencies, and we evaluate and make sure that disclosure is properly reflected in the financial statements. I'm also pleased to say that we had no disagreement with management. And if we can go to slide 26. We did have some observations on internal controls. We noted that there were some delays in providing personnel action forms sometimes to payroll, and that has led to some terminated employees maybe getting paid and when they were not supposed to, and that basically led to the city recognizing a receivable from those terminated employees, and I think this amount have added up to over 150,000 now. Definitely something that we want to make sure that those personnel action forms are timely submitted to payroll. Also, no documentation of the review of AIMS monthly claims bills payment. So AIMS is for claims, and it's a service that the city uses, and they have access to the city's account. We could not verify that there is a review of those claims that are to be paid from the city's account before they are paid. Finance review the invoice from AIMS, but they are really are not privy to the actual detail of the claims and whether those claims are legitimate or not. It did happen before that AIMS had to reimburse the city for certain things that were paid out of the city's account that probably should not have. And finally, just lack of written policies and procedures to enforce the review of the vendor information update. So the city had procedures in place that when a vendor change is requested, that a phone call or some verification is done to verify that. For some reason, this has not occurred. It was not in writing. And the city had a situation where a fictitious or a fraudulent request for a change of vendor has occurred, and a subsequent payment was made to the wrong recipient. So now we understand that there is a review is being done. We also understand that the city recovered the funds. So no loss at the end, but it's just also highlight the importance of having those procedures memorized and communicated and employees trained on it. Those were all the observations we had. If we go to slide number 27. We did request representations from management before we issued the report. Those representations is management acknowledging to us that they have taken responsibility for the financials, that they have complied with laws and regulations, recorded all transactions, and so on. We're not aware that management has consulted with other accounting firms regarding any audit matters. Other than our engagement letter and the representation letter, we had no other communication with management. There were no material uncertainties relating to events and conditions, and we have not become aware of any incident of fraud or illegal acts. And then finally, on slide number 28, is a summary of the new accounting standards that are coming the city's way. And as always, we will discuss them with management and determine how they will impact the city and what the city will need to do to get ready for them. But with that, I want to say thank you for allowing us the opportunity. I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you have. But I do want to just emphasize that, as you can see, probably at least from a financial perspective, those were positive results, and the audit was complete timely, and I thought we felt that we were very pleased with how things went. So, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Now it's time for questions. I see Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Thank you so much, and thank you for summarize 312 pages in 30 pages. This is great. And thank you for having time to speak with me.
Of course.
When I had some questions. I had some questions. One is, I think like, it's great to see that overall we don't have negative funds balance. But I know that you bundled them up, and how many, and especially in the cost recovery, because the fund balance sheet, the last one that it was shared with us by the city manager, was showing that in the engineering grant, there were a significant negative fund balance. Is it still there? And because I know that like the Public Works Director and the department were really working hard to make sure that we recover these funds, but I want just to know how is the status of that.
So for the cost recovery, I think that we will ask the city to do a more thorough review of the fund balance. The fund balance is currently all reported as restricted in the cost recovery, but as you mentioned to me before, that there is a portion that is coming from the general fund transfers. And I think that management has to go through the exercise of, are we spending the general fund money first, or are we spending other money first, to determine whether the full amount should be restricted or some should be unrestricted. I feel there is possibly some that maybe should be unrestricted, but that exercise has not been done yet.
Yeah, it will be good. Oh, go ahead.
So can
Yes.
go ahead. You want to respond, or do you want me to respond?
Just briefly, I wanted to add, Vice Mayor Jimenez, in addition to how the reports are grouped for the audited financial statements, we do provide monthly with our investment report a detailed listing of all of the city's funds, which shows the current balances as of that period reported. And so on the consent calendar this evening, for example, we do have the report of fund balances through November of 2023, which shows the current status. And we are working closely with the departments on the cost recovery efforts.
Yeah, it will be good if you can share with us that balance up today, for instance.
It's on the consent calendar this evening.
Yeah,
so you have it in your
okay.
packets.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah, it's part of the monthly report that comes to the city council for regarding the city's finances.
Okay.
So just briefly wanted to highlight that one of our opportunities and sort of cleanup measures has been in Public Works. We've instituted having a senior accountant in that department, which has been very helpful to help process and expedite submission of various documentation that's needed. But also we need Public Works and IT to work together to make sure that the time cards for staff and their time is tracked, so that way it can be submitted to the granting entities And right now, there hasn't been an automated system to do that. So it's done manually. And so one of the opportunities is to procure a system that enables staff to do that manually. Automate that so it's electronic, because right now it is manual. But overall, depending on how, the findings, when you all hear the presentation from Raptelis, the idea is to continue to staff up in Public Works as they're getting their cost recovery systems in motion. And we will probably need to provide a general fund subsidy to engineering in order to meet the goals and priorities of the City Council, because some of the activities that they're engaged with or inquiries that they receive from the City Council that take staff time to respond to are not able to be billed to a specific project.
Okay, thank you. And I know that this is a lot of work of cleaning up, and we had I think past we had seen negative fund, and this we didn't. We actually have more. So that is great. I have another question. So we have some. You were talking about leases, and you mentioned some of the important leases, and also the revenue bonds. I had been looking at some of the leases and contracts, and you mentioned AWC as one of the leases in the port. And I think the city got a bond, issued a bond to do some repairs to be able the contractor to do their business there, but I didn't see that bond in any of the bond that you listed here. So I just wondering if it's part of the audit, and if no, and where is it? Because it was, I don't know, I don't remember exactly, but what was a significant millions and millions of dollars. That the idea was that the leaser or Honda was going to pay it. And we are almost going, according to staff, they said that it's almost paid off, but I didn't see it in any of these lease information that it was here in the audit. So I wonder where that bond is recorded, right?
Councilmember Jimenez, or excuse me, Vice Mayor Jimenez, that would be the 2019 bond.
2000. So
That
is
is
that the
last list-
2019 bond?
Yeah, that would be listed in the ACFR.
One moment, because there is a 2016. Also, but it says it's $68 million, and it's the Civic Center. So I got confused because that is the Civic Center. So are you talking about that you?
No, there should be a separate port bond, and it took over the 2009A port bond.
Because it said GPFA lease revenue bonds 2019A. And it says it's the Civic Center for $68+ million. And then there is the GFPF lease revenue bonds of 2016 for $25 million. And then the pension funds that we have. And then the Point Potrero. But I thought that we have, the one that is 2019A, it says Civic Center. So are you talking to me that the bond was merged with the city center?
I think maybe there are two sections of the long-term debt, the governmental activities and the business type activities. So the Civic Center, that would be in the governmental activities, but if you continue in the report, then the business type activity section will start, and this is where you should see the port and
Page 106, if you have it printout.
Page 106.
106 shows the.
206?
106 shows the business type
106,
activities.
okay. And what is the name of the bond for that?
The Richmond Joint Powers Financing Authority, Point Patrol Lease Revenue Bonds, 2019B.
Point Potrero?
Yes.
So is Point Potrero is the bond that it was issued for the AWC contract? Is that what you're saying?
That is the one related to the port.
One related to the port, and is the one that AWC? right?
Yes.
I just want to clarify because it was really confusing to me.
I
But it
mean,
ends in-
I honestly, I'll have to take a look, and I think it will be helpful in the future that if we can get those questions in advance, then we can, because sometimes it's hard for me to
Yeah, also
answer
like
off the
it's
top of my
312 pages that I had to read from
No,
Thursday
I
to
understand,
today.
but just to be able
And
to
I was
provide
thinking-
you
Yeah.
better answers, I think that would be helpful.
Okay, so thank you for the clarification. So that is the ban for that?
That's the one.
Okay.
We can certainly research provide you more clear answer on that, the one in
Yeah,
the.
and also how much is left on that, that will be great, because
We can
it
certainly
seems
report back with that.
here that we have still some outstanding of, but like $4 million, is that outstanding? Okay. Okay, thank you, that
Yeah,
was great.
Councilmember Jimenez, or Vice Mayor Jimenez, it's getting pretty close, I believe, to being paid off, but we'd be happy to provide the city council with additional information. Jerry, did you
Yeah,
want to,
that-
Jerry, did you have information you wanted to share? Jerry, our new accounting manager, is going to provide additional
Hello.
information. Welcome, Jerry.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Martinez. Jerry Garul, it's on. Jerry Garul, Accounting Manager in Finance Department. So on page 105, you'll have the summary of all the ending balances of principal for all the bonds. So you have the Point Betrayal 2019B, which is that port portion, and then you have the 2019A, which is the Civic Center portion.
Okay.
And what are the balances, Jerry, and what is the timeline for them to be paid off?
I can get the timeline for you, but the current balance as of the end of June 30 was 4.4 million left in the Point Betrayal 2019B.
Okay. That is good. And then just having in an email, the deadline, and thank
Yeah, I
you.
can get you the maturity schedules and stuff.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. I got confused about which one was, because.
And that bond will be paid off this year.
Yeah, we're happy to answer questions.
Yeah, so my last question, and I will let other, and then I will do some comments afterwards. We had some audits that the RHA, do you have any out there about when we are going to finish them? I always ask that question every time that I have an opportunity, just for the record. So
Gabino,
come on,
can you join
Gabino,
us, please?
you tell me.
And I don't know if Rita's online. She may want to
I just want
chime
to
in.
get finished with that.
Me too. Well, we've done the 2017, we've done the 2018. The current one that we received a draft last week was 2019, which is for us the biggest year because that's the last year of the Section 8 program. And it's also the closing audit for all that transactions. So currently we received a draft last week, so we hope to complete it by May. And then so by March, we hopefully are going to get a final draft that we also need to convert and also send to HUD because they also have to review and approve it. So we approve it here and then we have to approve it again at HUD. But I'm looking forward to that day where we could do 2019. And then after that, there's significant, we would have to again engage Badawi for the rest of the audits. But however, there's less transactions. So instead of having all the Section 8 programs and the organization starts getting smaller from 21 million now to 5 million in transactions. So, and also in employees, from 20 now to 5. So hopefully that speeds it up. And we're looking forward to working with Badawi to catch up on those. And a challenge has been our previous auditor also, having a start and stop, because we don't become a priority as time goes by. So we've had engaged legal on that concern to try to speed that up.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you so much for the presentation and the answers. I think overall, the city is doing well. We just create the trust funds to be able to put more in the pension and the OPEX. And it's great to see that we have over almost 25%, 24 something percent, and unrestricted fund balance, which is reserves, right? So thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Bada.
Thank you. My questions are very simple, so very, very general. Please refresh my mind if the rent board was subject to the audit.
The rent boards, no,
They're included within the city's overall audit.
I'm sorry?
They're included within the city's audit. They're a part of our
They were
city
included.
funds. So
Okay,
they were part of the
thank
audit.
you. And then with regards to public works accounting, was it, I understand now we have an accountant there, was it a public works accounting issue or the finance issue? And what is moving forward?
Well, when myself and Daniel took on our roles, we were in a rebuilding mode in the Public Works Department, just like we've been with the Housing Authority. And so what, in conversations with finance and HR, we thought it would be prudent to locate because of the volume of the various grants that they have and the number of submissions that have to be made for reimbursements, that they actually have someone within their department that is a senior accountant. So that position was recruited and there was an internal promotion for that position. So that position, along with hiring the CIP manager and several engineers, has got us on the right track. However, in order to keep up with the volume of requests that we're receiving from the council and residents in the community at large, our intention is, as the cost recovery continues to improve, we will continue to hire more staff. And that in the short term, there's probably it's going to necessitate a general fund subsidy, because all of the work that engineering does is not cost recovery. So like every time a council member makes a request and it's not related to a specific CIP project that has a grant, then that time cannot be billed to a project, so it requires a general fund subsidy.
So if I understand correctly, there were no accounting office in Public Works before, or you beefed
it was
up?
handled by finance directly, but because of the volume of grants that we now have, we thought it would be prudent to add that position, just like we have in community services, we have a finance position. And so some departments that are extremely large, such as Public Works, such as police, have accounting staff within the department.
I'm glad you did it, but it's going to be permanent, not temporary.
Right.
And how's
Yes.
it, they work under a manager at the finance department, I assume, right?
There's a dotted line, both. So they report into the department head, and then they also have responsibilities for reporting in with finance, and there's ongoing coordination meetings.
Thank you. So how does this audit relate to the state audit? Can you tell, like, we're in good shape with regards to the state audit, or you don't care about that? Did you look into it?
well, I mean, it's not like we don't care, but they are independent audits. The state audit has a different objective, different scope. We always ask the city to share with us any audits that they go through that may bring up some issues that are relevant to us, but they are really independent.
I think
I don't believe that even.
Yeah, I mean, we have our next reporting period to the state auditor is in May. And one of the items is the workforce analysis, and that you'll consider at your next meeting. But I think overall, the city is continuing on a path of continuous improvement, and we hope that they would find this information helpful in their work.
Thank
with
you.
us.
So you mentioned
We
that.
can't publicly say it's a black box, but I just did.
Thank you. So you mentioned that when interest rates go up, pension liability goes up. I would expect it to be the other way around.
No, I said the discount rate.
Oh, okay.
And it went down, not up.
Okay,
So the discount rate went down
okay.
and the
misheard
liability
you.
goes up.
Okay. And you talked about estimates that they're reasonable. What is the margin of error?
Well, I mean, reasonable normally, the way we look at it is what we call a retrospective review. So there are certain accounts like receivables or, even depreciation where we can look back at what the city estimated now that you know what the actual results are and compare and see were those estimates reasonable when they were made now that we know what the actual results are. However, with CalPERS, they do that themselves as actuaries where they make assumptions and then they look back at those assumptions and then they revise them when they feel that the actual experience was different than what was assumed. From our perspective, we look at those assumptions and just make sure that they're consistent with what we see in other places, what we see other actuaries are using, and so on. But I think our input and the city's input on the assumptions used by CalPERS is a lot less than the input, for example, on estimating how long a police vehicle would live, for example, where management really controlled that process versus with CalPERS, unless they're coming up with something really crazy that you would have to question it. Otherwise, we rely on their actuarial expertise. Part of our audit is also we evaluate their actuarial expertise. We document who are the actuaries at CalPERS, what is their experience, and so on, to make sure that we're getting a report from somebody who is following their actuarial standards and so on.
Thank you. And I would like to ask who would review monthly claim bills? You said there was a lack in that area. Is
The
there
risk
something?
manager. The risk manager.
Okay. And it was mentioned lack of procedure to enforce review of vendors' info. We're gonna do something about it.
Yes, all of these tasks will be and have been identified for improvement. I do want to say overall, we do recognize that those three items need to be addressed in an ongoing manner. But overall, the report is the best, I think, that I've recall ever receiving for the city of Richmond, and that our city's finances are the strongest that they've ever been. So I think I just really want to thank the city council for your leadership and your support of staff, because we've improved significantly, and we have a number of investments that we need to continue to make in the built environment to improve roads, to improve and to launch programs that you've requested, and we're well poised to continue to do so. So just wanted to thank you for your leadership, and also want to thank staff for their dedication and their hard work.
Yeah, thank you. Congratulations to the finance department for doing an excellent job. And thank you, city manager. Very good. And you mentioned that our requests are not having any budget. So is there a limit or consideration we should then,
Well, I think for items that, and we'll work on this more with Henry, and when we come back with recommendations, the city clerk and the city attorney's office, we're going to meet and come up with recommendations for the council to consider around your council rules, to try to make sure that we can stay focused on your priorities. We understand that from time to time you're going to have inquiries, but we really do want to try to focus on delivering in your priority areas that you've all agreed upon.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the report, and thank you, all finance staff. This took a lot of time to do, so thank you so much for it. I have not an OPEB question. I have a question on the landscape maintenance districts. Did you audit those? Were those included as part of this? Because we have two districts two special districts in the city of Richmond, and I didn't see them in the report.
I'll have to look to see if they're funds of the city. If they are funds of the city, then of course.
There should be funds.
They are funds of the city. They were included as part of the audit.
1.3 million in one and about 700,000 in the other.
Okay.
Yes.
Then
All funds of the city were included in the audit, whereas he may not have focused on it program-wise. All funds were included as part of the city's overall audit.
Was there any data to back it up? Can I see what numbers he was looking at? Was that it? Oh, right. Super.
Yes, it's included, and then there's also the engineer's reports that you received.
Thank you.
If there's no more questions, we'll open it up to public comment.
We do not have any public speakers. None.
None? All right, then public comment is closed. I also want to thank the auditors for doing such an excellent job and giving us so much material to go over in the next few days. There was a lot of information, but I want to also extend thanks to staff for their work. I believe that, well, you know, they've been working on procedures, and they've been working really hard in making sure that we know what to do and how to do it, whereas before, it was left to the departments to figure out, and now we'll have a way that anyone coming in will know exactly what to do when they come in. And I want to emphasize how well Richmond is doing. I believe Richmond is doing much, much better than it has in the past. We have a surplus of almost 15 million in our surplus funds, almost 25% reserves. And the report on details of Measure U, which makes corporations pay their fair share, was brought in $1 million more for city services this year. So thank you for reporting on how well Measure U is doing. Yes, Councilmember Robinson.
Right. So I want to echo that and just feel like one of the bits of good news I feel proud to be able to share when I'm out in community is that we're in a much better place. Richmond is doing differently when it comes to our finances and that really translates to our ability to deliver services and deliver services well. So I'm really happy to be supporting the city manager on continuing along the path to strengthen our financial position, so that we can do more for the community and do more in a solid way. I do have a question that just keeps kind of bothering me, and I'm never sure exactly when to ask it. I'm going to ask it now, and that is, we are doing well, and we want to continue to do well. We want to make sure that we're putting money aside, so that we have reserves, so that we can do projects that we want to do. And I'm always at a loss to understand the terminology and when it's appropriate to think of a surplus or a reserve as funds that you can use for a purpose to fill a need. I feel like we've been back and forth on whether or not something's in excess or whether or not something's a surplus, and I'm still unclear here. Also, when is it appropriate to draw on those funds? We've made decisions as a council to draw on those funds before books were closed for the year, before we were certain about how much the surplus is or how much whatever, and I'm not sure what is best practice when it comes to pulling on those pots of money to use to meet a need. And I wonder if you could give me kind of some insight from your perspective, is when do we know we have, I don't know what the proper term is, funds, extra funds that we can apply to meet an emerging need?
I mean, the city should be able to find how much you have at any time of the year. I think the only difference is that when the city undergo the audit at the end of the fiscal year, there are sometimes adjustments and accruals and things that you may have earned but you haven't collected yet that the audit capture. So the number is probably, from the audited financials, is probably more accurate, more complete. However, it is also 5-6 months after the end of the fiscal year, so it's a little outdated. So it's really a combination where management can provide you a fund balance information that may not necessarily include all accruals, all things like that, but it's timely, versus the audit will provide you a more accurate number, but it's not as timely. Right. So it depends on how quickly you want to find out, and the financial statements also focus on dividing the fund balance into what's legally restricted versus what's under the city council control. And I think that oftentimes that creates maybe some confusion because the amount that is under the city council control can sometimes be already designated for other purposes, for establishing reserves and so on. But as far as best practice, we always recommend, and the accounting standards recommend, that when you establish reserves that you expect to reflect on the financial statements, that they need to have a purpose. And the purpose cannot be very general, cannot be for emergencies. Like you have to define what do we mean by emergencies, and when the city can tap into those funds, and whether those funds need to be replenished, and how quickly they should be replenished, and so on. These are what we refer to as committed fund balance, where it requires council action to establish those amounts and to set the policy of how they are replenished and so on. But there are some that are normally under management control, and those we refer to in the financial statements as assigned fund balance, where they're not as restrictive, where there's a lot more flexibility to change that. And again, those are for financial reporting purposes. However, the city may have its own internal procedures where you have a general reserve. It just does not meet the criteria in the financial statements to be reported as such, because it's not specific enough. And the financial statements needs things that are very specific, like have a purpose that can be reported. So again, it really depends on the city's policy as to what reserves you can tap into. But from a financial statement perspective, the level of constraint is what determines how things should be reported. So we start first by the most restrictive, which is legally restricted, that the city cannot change anything. It's a grantor that is deciding how this money should be spent. Then you have a level called committed, and that is really the council who is imposing those restrictions, and it's imposing those restrictions by issuing a resolution saying, we are committing 10% of our sales tax for this purpose. And therefore, it can only be used for that purpose. Management cannot change that. They have to come back to council for another resolution to uncommit those funds.
So in the course of the audit, do you evaluate how well staff, council are adhering to those policies when there's a really strict or really clear restriction in terms of like, we're going to definitely put away X% of something for X for something?
Well, I mean, we make sure that they're reported in the right category. So, for example, if council have issued a resolution to commit funds for a specific purpose, we make sure that it's reported as such in the financials. However, if the city did not meet the expected percentage, for example, if the policy is maintain 20% of general fund expenditures, excuse me, if those policies were not met, will not necessarily be an audit finding, because maybe they were not met because revenue decline or any other purpose. Like it wouldn't necessarily be an audit finding. We focus on reporting the facts, what happened during the year. Okay. But obviously, we want to still make sure that it's reported in the right category. And unfortunately, a lot of the general reserves that doesn't have enough specificity do not get reported on the financial statements. They are just unassigned fund balance.
Mayor, can I just briefly add, just so in terms of how staff has been looking at things coming out of the, although people are still contracting COVID, but in February and March, at the end of this month, beginning of March, that's when we have our mid-year process where we go through with the council and have a true up of how our projections are looking. And that, given that we've been in a time of economic uncertainty and increasing interest rates, and then we've also had new MOUs that we've been incorporating into the budget and trying to make sure that those estimates are accurate in terms of what our expenditures are going to be. we'll be coming to mid-year after we confer with the mayor with recommendations and getting city council guidance on what we can do with the additional funds. And that's what we did last year, and that's our intention to do that again, because we want to make sure that we have adequate reserves, but we don't want to be, we want to be cautious because we understand we're still in a time of economic uncertainty, but we really want to be able to deliver on the city council's goals and priorities. So but it's important for us to do that as we're receiving, it's always kind of like a look back. So that way we're allocating additional funding once we know that that the projections are accurate, because a lot of the revenue sources are new. And it's been difficult to ascertain, like, for example, are people going to still buy the same amount of goods at Costco and Walmart and things of that nature? Are new car sales, for example, slowing down? All of those things impact our revenue projections. And so we think that the process thus far has been good, where we come to the council, we have a list of, for example, unfunded capital improvement projects, and then we try to designate with the council what your priorities are, as well as new programs like the community crisis response, and make sure that we have funding to implement those.
Thank you.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, so following up along that same line of thinking, just for clarity, so the mayor has stated there was a $15 million surplus and the 25% reserves. So this is for the report fiscal year ended June 30th, 2023. So I recall we had a surplus of 15 million. Is this the same 15 million that we already allocated?
Yes, those funds, the council subsequently allocated those unspent funds to specific capital projects and then to OPEB and to our CalPERS contributions in accordance with your adopted policies, but that wouldn't be reflected in what Badawi is presenting, because that was after the period that he's covering.
Now,
next
at
year
that
when
point,
he comes.
This report is indicating that we have 25% reserves. Was that what we had seen or accounted for prior to this report, or did it change as a result of this report?
Well, the fourth quarter year-end report, where we presented to City Council an estimated 15 million of unspent funds. This is now the audited actuals. And so this is a portion of that, so that will sort of update those beginning balances. And then based on the council's adopted budget at the beginning of the year. So that 15 million surplus is in essence incorporated into these findings here. And they also, the auditor, Mr. Badawi, did include a summary of that on slide 15 of your presentation, which shows the amount of unassigned fund balance, which includes the 24% reserve, just under 25%.
Okay, so
it was an estimate when we brought it to you previously, and now these are the final actual audited numbers.
Okay, so both the reserves and the surplus. The surplus I see as funds we can utilize because they're still available to us. We didn't use them as we had thought we were going to use them, or as we had.
Right, but you did allocate them ultimately.
But we allocated those 15
million. You did allocate them, and there'll be more. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, but the reserves are something we want to keep for emergencies only, and I believe it was 21%.
Mm-hmm.
Is that our goal, to have 21%?
Yes.
So if we have 24 or 25, I don't know which it is
then we'll
now.
come back to the council at mid-year again, like during this process, and show where we're at, and then we'll have an opportunity to get guidance from council on how, if there's unspent funds, how you would like to allocate those, with the understanding that we're trying to make sure that we save room in your head count for the new programs that you want to launch.
So the mid-year budget review will be coming when, did you say, City Manager?
We have to confer with the mayor's office, and so we usually do it towards the end of February, and then sometimes it rolls into the beginning of March.
Okay, is the expectation that there will be a significant or as close to what we had last year with the surplus?
At this juncture, we're still analyzing the numbers, and also we have a number of requests from departments, some of which were on the city council agenda tonight, which are held over around hiring and filling positions. And so we really want to get Raftellus in front of you so you can hear their report, and so that way we can continue hiring in this interim period while they're trying to finalize their report. But a lot of it has to do with staffing and also buying materials, like buying supplies, and issuing contracts to fix things like roofs and things of that nature.
All right, I will wait and see what comes up at mid-year.
Thank you. Councilmember
I just wanted
Robinson.
No, I just wanted to say thank you to Andrea, the Director of Finance, for the beautiful letter and all the summary of accomplishments. It's just great to see everything that we had been doing, because financially, we are not as tight. So like the library, and so thank you for all that list. It's really great to see that.
Thank you.
And now, Robinson.
So this is kind of a related question. I know we're talking about the audit, but it kind of follows from what we're talking about, where in this kind of financial management process do we create space to increase things like the level of funding to things like the pavement index?
That's going to be a presentation you have next this evening.
I
And
know,
so
but I'm wondering
right.
about it in the terms of
Yes,
finances,
so
because that would be not a one-time thing, but rather an increase in services, right? And so I'm just trying to understand,
We would like to see the city council allocate $15 million annually to paving. And so I think what we need to understand is I think there's a combination of things, like finish the ACFR conversation this evening, hear from Raftellus, hear from the paving index presentation, and then get to mid-year, and that will enable you to decide how you want to allocate funds. But that was the thinking.
Thank you.
Well, that sounds like a perfect introduction to our next item. Thank you so much for, we did public comments, yes. So
Thank you.
next item.
Our next item is item Y4, and that is to receive a report on the status of the city's road pavement condition and direct staff to utilize the Street Saver payment management system to optimize the use of paving funds for the upcoming fiscal year 2024-2025.
And Tawfiq will be here on behalf of Public Works this evening because Daniel is not feeling well. Wonderful. Tawfiq, please come to the podium.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just would like to ask the city manager before this begins, because it's in the agenda report for this item. It states that in 2015, the city council considered allocating Measure U funds for a citywide pavement bond. Was that a different Measure U?
Yes.
Okay.
It just so happens that
Got
the
it.
county clerk, Nate, gave it the same Measure U name. Thank you, Tawfiq. Tawfiq, would you like to introduce the item?
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and esteemed members of the City Council. My name is Tawfiq Halabi. I'm the Deputy Director of Public Works for Operations and Maintenance. And this evening I have with me our colleagues from NCE, Richmond Business Enterprise Consulting Firm, who will provide a pavement management update that is on the city's pavement management system. And so I will introduce Margot Yap, President of NCE, and Shahram Misaqi, who is the Associate Engineer at NCE. And I want to tell you just how lucky I think we are to have NCE working for us. When I first started as a civil engineer in 2002, I used to take classes from Margot on learning all the fundamentals and the basics of pavement management.
Thank you, Tawfiq. Good evening. It's a pleasure to be back here. It's been several years since I came to the council to talk about pavements, one of my favorite subjects. Let's see, are the slides up?
KCRT, can you?
There we
Thank
go.
you.
Okay. So next slide, please. So what we're here today is just to kind of give you an update on what the city's road network is like, and especially the pavement conditions. And we start out with this slide because I think this is a good way to show you that the asset that the city owns is quite significant. Go ahead and hit the button, please. And that we focus not just on the 290 miles that's in the network. Someone tap the button.
Next slide.
Yeah, there we go. But I think that, especially following on the last presentation, what the value of this asset is to the city. And the way we define this value is that if there was a disaster and we had a gigantic earthquake, tsunami, floods, whatever, and we had to rebuild every single square inch of the city's roads, it would cost us almost $750 million. And that's a lot of money. And so what we like to think about it is that because you have such a valuable asset, we want to try and make sure that we can preserve it and devote sufficient resources to maintain it. Next slide, please. So in the vernacular that we use, we define roads by arterials, collectors, and residentials. And I'm not going to read everything, but basically the arterials are the main roads in town. Richmond Parkway, Barrett Avenue, Cutting Boulevard. Those are the ones that carry the majority of the traffic in the city. The residentials are the local roads. Those are the streets that most people live on, the numbered streets, and then you can see some smaller avenues. And in between, we have the collectors. And so what the collectors do is collect all the traffic from the residentials and feed them to the arterials. And in Richmond, the arterials and collectors form about 50% of your road network. Next slide. So, whoops, the animation's not quite right, but go ahead and hit the buttons till everything shows up. There we go. Stop right there. Okay. So we use something called the Pavement Condition Index, and here you see it's a scale from 0 to 100, with 100 being good or very good, and 0 being very failed road. And we try to figure out where these roads are. And City of Richmond is solidly in the blue zone, the fair zone, with an average pavement condition index of 61. And I want to pause here for a second and use an analogy that I'm often asked about, which is 61 a good place to be? And what I can tell you is that this depends on you as the policy-making board, and it's different from city to city. And I use the analogy of my daughter, who is now thankfully in college, and if she were to come home and say, I got a math grade in my math test and it's 61, as a parent, I can say, I have two options. I can say, you got to work a little bit harder if you want to go to college. Or I could say, okay, that's good enough because I was never particularly good at math, even though I am an engineer. And so the decision I put to present to you today is that this is a policy. You have to decide if that's good or bad. What I can tell you, and what Sharam has helped me with and done countless analyses, is to tell you what the financial implications of what 61 means. And based on that information, we have, of course, some recommendations, but it is a policy decision. Now, let's go to the pie chart. The 61 is just an average, and an average number doesn't tell you everything. What the pie chart does is it teases apart that 61, and what you can see here, the pie chart says that 1/3 of your roads are in pretty good condition. That's really good news. 1/3 of your roads is in fair condition. And unfortunately, 1/3 of your roads are in poor and very poor condition, and that's the bad news. So it's a mixed report card here. It's definitely not an A+, but something that we need to, I guess my teacher would always tell me, you got to work a little bit harder. Next slide. So here's some pictures of some roads, just to give you an idea of what the PCI really means. Here's a 90, really good street. The treatment is do nothing. This happens to be, I think, Harnett Avenue, one of the residential roads, recently paved, doing pretty well. Next slide. Now, as time goes on and age and the weather and traffic takes its toll, the road begins to show some cracks, and you can see that there's a seal that's beginning to ravel off. This is a PCF 75, still pretty good shape. We could do a crack and slurry seal with what we would consider preventive maintenance and keep it in good condition. Next slide. Now, this is what 61, this is your average. And now you can see the cracks are a little bit wider. In fact, wide enough that there's vegetation growing in it, which is something you do not want to see. Because if the roots, if there's vegetation there, that means the roots are going all the way down to the subgrade, which is the dirt, and that's going to deteriorate your pavements faster. So this is something that we will look at as the beginning of structural deterioration. And the treatment here would be some base repairs and an overlay, and I'm going to give you an idea of what those costs are in a second. Next slide. And if we continue to do nothing, you can see the cracks begin to spread. This is a classic case of block cracking. Again, the cracks are quite wide, most of them moderate, some areas severe, high severity. And we would now begin to look at some sort of mill and overlay as a treatment. And then I think there's one more. And this is where you do not want to be, at the PCF 25. And in this situation, the type of cracking you're seeing is alligator cracking, a very high severity level. And what this tells me as a pavement engineer is that the road is completely structurally failed. And in order to fix it, you would have to reconstruct it. And that's the most expensive treatment of all. Next slide. So where does Richmond stand when you look at all the other Bay Area cities? You can see the green line. Richmond is kind of solidly in the middle of these collection of agencies that we've selected. Orinda, which is at a high of 83, all the way down to Oakland, which is 53. And I will say this for Orinda. A short, 8, 9 years ago, they were in the 50s, worse than Richmond. And they've been able to improve the streets. So it is possible to improve your condition. So I think that's a big, bright light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. So I think I just want to share that as an example. Oakland was in the 40s. It's going up to the low 50s, and it's putting a lot of effort, time, and resources into improving the network as well. So all of these cities that you see here have had examples. El Cerrito is another good example. They used to be in the 50s, and they're now in the 70s with the right policy decisions that the councils made. You also notice the dark line, the statewide. That's the average for the whole state. That's 539 cities and counties. And Sharam did the work in calculating what that statewide average is. So unfortunately, Richmond is below the statewide average. Next slide. So this is an example of the historical data for PCI, for Richmond, and it's kind of interesting. You'll see that about 15 years or so ago, it was actually in the 40s, and there was a very concerted effort, I think, by city staff and the council to improve the PCI over about 7 or 8 years, and it would reach a peak of 65 in 2012. Now, since then, it was stable in the mid-60s, but you'll notice that from 2019 onwards, it's starting to drop a little bit. Now, these PCIs are the 3-year moving average that MTC publishes, and it's, I think, a little more normalized way of looking at the PCIs. And so when you look at other Bay Area cities from MTC, they'll use the same calculation. But the thing I want to show you here is Richmond was improving. It was pretty stable. But over the last 3 or 4 years, it is beginning to show a downward trend. And I think that's a red flag for all of us here. Next slide. So this is a lot of information, but let's look the pieces one by one. If you look at the green part, that's the very good condition. And it shows that the appropriate treatment is a slurry seal 350. So what I want you to take away from this is the dollar amounts associated with each treatment. So if it's green, a road is in good shape, it's about 350. And then they grow progressively more expensive all the way down to the red, which is a surface reconstruct. And you'll see here, it costs about $148 per square yard versus $350. So almost 30, 40 times more. And this is where the takeaway I want you to take is that, remember, you have a third of your roads that are in good condition. You got to protect them, you got to preserve them, and keep them good. But it doesn't mean you ignore all the bad ones. What I want you to be aware of is that you're going to get complaints. Staff, council, everyone's going to get complaints about the worst streets in town. And the tendency is to try and, yes, serve our residents and try and fix those streets. But if you put all your resources in fixing the worst streets in town, you're going to end up in a worse situation. You've got to protect some of the preserve the good streets at the same time. And the analogy I want to use here is a car. You buy a car and you have, again, 2 choices. Every 3,000 miles, go take it for an oil change and it'll last forever. I have a Toyota Highlander that's 2006. It's got 196,000 miles on it, and it's still running fine because I'm very, very regular in my maintenance. Or you can take this brand new car, drive it to the ground, and then go out and buy a new car. Now, intuitively, you know which is the more cost-effective decision. It's the one with preventive maintenance. So same thing with the roads. We have to protect the good roads that we do have without neglecting some of the bad ones. So that's the only takeaway I want you to have from this slide. Okay, next slide. So here's, go ahead and hit all the buttons for the animation, please. So as I said, when you have a road that's in good condition, at a fairly minimal cost, you can keep it in good condition with these cyclical kind of treatments. And what the residents get out of it is that they experience a higher level of service for a longer time, and you save money. The city saves money. Versus the next slide. Go ahead with the animation. If you, oops, back up one, thank you. If you wait till it falls apart into the red zone and then reconstruct it at $148, what you do, there's two consequences. Cost more money, but at the same time, while the road is starting to fall apart, the residents will experience a significantly lower service for 10 plus years. And that's not desirable for anyone. So I think with a combination of these last three slides is really just to kind of lay the case for a aggressive preventive maintenance program, which you do have. It's just that it's not sufficient, I think, to really address all the good streets in the city. Next slide. So let's talk about money, because this is really what I think you want to hear. We ran, or I didn't, Sharam did, ran a whole bunch of scenarios for Public Works, and we said, okay, currently, if we want to fix every single street, it's going to cost about $210 million over the next 10 years. But what that will do is it will arrive at a PCI of 80. Now, it's not going to be 100, okay? Because remember, in order to be an average of 100, every street has to be repaved every year, and that's not something that we do. But 80 would be considered best management practices. Very, very few agencies have a PCI of 80. Orange County happens to be one of them, but outside of Orange County, very few agencies will have 80. So it's something to aspire to. At the current funding level, which is that orange bar that you have, which is about $4 million a year for paving right now, we are going to project that the PCI will drop from its current level of about low 60s to 46 in 10 years. Very dramatic. You're back to where you were back in 2005 or thereabouts. The yellow is to increase funding to about $6 million a year, and unfortunately it doesn't move the needle very much. You know, it still deteriorates to about 49. So the last one, the blue, which is if we wanted to keep roads just the way it is, preserve what we have, we're going to need an investment about $15 million a year. So that's kind of a quick summary. But in the next few slides really show some of the details. So let's go into the next slide. And I won't spend too much time on this. I know it's late and it's been a long evening. There are two things on this slide. The line shows the PCI deterioration at the funding level for $4 million. So you can see it's a steady drop from about low 60s all the way to 46. But, and here's the big but, those bars that you see, that's the deferred maintenance or the unfunded backlog. And you can think of the bars as these are all the streets I need to fix, or Public Works needs to fix, but they don't have the resources for. So if we continue at $4 million a year, what that means is that currently the unfunded backlog is $153 million. It's going to more than double in 10 very short years to $370 million. And at that point, it is going to be extremely difficult to find the financial wherewithal to really try and address the needs at that point. Next slide. This is the one with $6 million, with an additional $2 million to add to the 4, which makes 6. You can see that the trend is slightly different. Your backlog is still going to grow significantly, more than double. And the PCI continues to drop to about 49. So not much change here. Next slide. And at 15 million, this is when you really begin to see the change. Two things begin to happen. Some stabilization occurs. First, the PCI stabilizes in the low 60s. Okay? But the other thing is that deferred backlog now begins to drop to about $210 million. So it's still growing slightly. It's not gone, but it is there, but it's significantly less than if it were under the first scenario. Next slide. So go ahead and hit the buttons. We wanted to talk a little bit about funding sources. Ultimately, you've already sat through a very long presentation, I think, about the city's audit. You're in a good financial position, and I wanted to, for public works, there are lots of funding sources, of which the majority already are in the cities. Not every single one, but I think what we wanted to share with you is this is not a story about things are bad, we need more money. It's things are bad. We are trying to find as many sources, revenue sources as possible, but things are really bad, and we do need more money. And there are some examples of different fees, impact fees that we've worked with that I can share stories with you if you have any questions on. But again, Public Works, I think, has been very active at getting grants from federal, state, and there are local sources as well to try and mitigate those needs. I think there's one more slide. Okay. This is just an example. Go ahead, hit the last animation. Okay. This is just an example, I think. These are two impact fees that cities and counties are trying to use to add to the revenue sources. The first is utility cuts. I'm sure you've seen them all over town. Nobody likes them, but they got to be done. The East Bay Mud, PG&E, whoever's going to be digging up our roads have to put a utility down. Unfortunately, the act of the utility cut does cause premature damage or accelerated deterioration. And in those situations, it is totally reasonable to have the utility company pay for the impact, for the decreased performance or the increased failure, premature failure. This is what Oakland does, for instance. Contra Costa County also has an ordinance that does this. And then the other one that you see on the right is the heavy waste vehicles. As I'm sure you know, 20 years ago, we would have one waste vehicle truck a week, and now we have three, one for recycling, one for organic waste, and one for trash. And those are hitting roads hard because those weren't designed to take those three trucks a week. And agencies, Pacifica, Sacramento, all have some sort of a impact fee associated with the franchise agreement that compensates the city for the increased damage caused by these trucks. So this is just examples of revenue sources that you can look at. Next slide, please. Oh, all right. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Robinson?
So the numbers that we're seeing here, the 15 million that's being suggested, does that include the staffing needed to support these increases?
Yes,
or is it only the actual?
Yes, so the paving costs include design, construction inspection, so the labor for putting the documents, construction documents together, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Tawfiq, can you talk? I'm sorry, Mayor, it might be helpful if Tawfiq can talk a little bit about the division of labor between the city's paving crew and then the bid work that Public Works does, so in case the council wants to understand that to the last question.
Sure, go ahead.
Sure. So we have a paving crew. I'm sure council members and mayor are aware. So we do some paving in-house. Historically, we have contracted out paving as well. So the engineering division with capital project funding would design and construct some of the projects. And then in concert with that, our in-house paving crews would pave some of the streets. So we try to get a variety of work completed on the paving program.
Okay, so how does that affect are you saying that it's cheaper to do in-house?
It is, yeah, it is a little bit cheaper to do it in-house, and that's why we've, several predecessors ago have instigated the paving program, and it's going very strong, and we have developed a lot of in-house expertise in paving
Fantastic.
Richmond city streets. I think they started in roughly 2007, before my time. So we have some staff members that have been on the paving crew since 2007, and they've built up a wealth of knowledge, and it is less expensive than designing and hiring out a contractor So there are some streets that we would like to continue doing in-house.
The city council will consider that when we look at expanding programs. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you. I think I just wanted to hear more about like their environmental issues around like impermeable surfaces versus permeable surfaces. In addition to that, I think like we have a lot of our residents who are talking about the street of the future in Richmond. They have some issues around like people doing donuts, and we want to make sure that when we are going to pave, that we have a plan to do these improvements for street calming as well. So my question, and we have, it's not like something that we are just coming out with these ideas right now. The city of Richmond has the local road safety plan, the green infrastructure plan, the capital improvement plan budget, the first last mile transportation plan, and in the Contra Costa County, the Vision Zero policy for Contra Costa County. So for me, it's just like, I wonder how this payment plan and this investment of $50 million or more in payment is connected to that, because, and I am going to that question because it's like, well, are we going to put just money into pave, or can we just be more effective and do several things at the same time? So, okay, I stop there. You get me.
Okay, so I do have a response. So think of the Richmond Wellness Trail. So Marina Way South, from Cutting Boulevard to Ohio Avenue. That's a good example, Vice Mayor, of what you're asking about. So we installed a trail. So the Trust for Public Land got a grant.
I am having time.
Okay.
Thank you.
The Trust for Public Land received a grant to implement the Richmond Wellness Trail. And it's a Class 1 facility separated from the vehicular travel lanes. And the city invested some paving funds. So after the concrete work was completed, then the city paid for the roadway to be paved. So that is a good example of the city investing paving funds wisely. And another example would be portions of 8th Street, Pennsylvania Avenue, and 7th Street that were included in the Yellow Brick Road project, where we received grant funding. We received from the Natural Resources Agency and from the Active Transportation Program, and we combined it with paving funds. And the result was a walkable street, a livable street in the Iron Triangle neighborhood. So when we talk about paving, this presentation is pretty cut and dry about the pavement condition. But as engineers, as responsible stewards of funding, as community members, when we think about paving, we think of how do we leverage paving funds and grant funds to give an even higher level of service. So I think I answered your question.
Yeah, so what I am hearing is that, yes, all of the payment, like this plan of using this money, it has to be in connection with the plans that we have.
Yes,
right?
think of the Yellow Brick Road and Richmond Wellness Trail. It's pedestrian friendly, bicycle friendly. We have some raised crossings. We have bulb outs so that when you cross the street, you have a shorter distance. We're planting trees. You mentioned permeable versus impermeable surfaces. We're actually increasing the amount of permeable surface in order for the water to percolate naturally through the sublayers, right? So we're looking at all of these things. And as a matter of course, we have to look at all of these things, given our, let's say, our society, our civilizations shift towards thinking about these things. We don't just pave the streets.
Okay. Well, this is good to know because, like, for instance, there are some streets that are really wide, and sometimes it will be nice to have rain gardens and just more biking and all of that. And so then it will decrease the amount of square foot of pavement. So I don't know, I wonder if that plan, if we say like, maybe we don't need all these wide streets, especially in residential areas, and we start planning that some of these surfaces that we are paving right now won't no longer be paved in the future, if that can change the PCE percentage in some ways, or?
That process began when City Council, in its wisdom, adopted the pedestrian plan and the bicycle master plan back in November of 2011. That's when we started this process of taking a closer look at the streets and how do we make it more environmentally friendly and user-friendly for everybody, all modes of transportation.
Yeah, so I think I am going to finish with this. I remember when I met with you and we were talking about the streets and ideas. You mentioned, well, this is a policy from the city council. So I think like the call for us in this time is to really think what the street of the future looks like for Richmond. That can give a solution for pedestrian, biking, safety, and street safety for everybody. And adding all these designs and ideas about what we are going to do with the streets. So we are putting, because I don't want to think that we are going just to put $50 million every year just to put more concrete or asphalt, that part. And then the last part that I will say is that you mentioned some money, some kind of like resources. We are in this moment doing an RFP for the collection, the waste, the solid waste collection. And I hope that like you give us a good idea about how maybe some of the resources can come from a franchise fee for this new contract.
Yes, we have increased the rates from 7.5 to 17.5. So as we're negotiating our collection and post-collection agreements, we're seeking to maintain those rates and, if possible, to increase them.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bana?
Thank you. So very informative presentation. I appreciate it. I'm learning pavement management is an art. Good to know. Thank you for educating us. So I have some simple questions, like, does Caltrans take any responsibility around on-ramp, off-ramps? Because we're serving the main freeway. How much is their responsibility? Can
You
we
mean
ask them?
the ramps on the highway?
Beyond the ramp, on the streets?
Once it's a local street, then it's the city's responsibility.
We cannot make any claims that, like, they bring traffic and damage the road.
So what we do is we get a grant from Caltrans to pave some streets. I'll give you some good examples. Central Avenue, right underneath Highway 80.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we got some special funding to pave that.
Yeah,
And
okay.
that funding would come through the state or would come through a federal FHWA through Caltrans as a pass-through agency. So we do look for those pots of money, portions of Barrett Avenue that are near the highway, San Pablo Avenue. We look for opportunities to bring in funding from outside.
Excellent. Do you have a grant writer in Public Works Department?
We do have access to a grant writer. These grants are cyclic, and some of them are competitive, and some of them are formulaic. So, as you know, with our staff and some of our consultants, we're able to pursue those grants. But to answer your question, we do have a grant writer who helps with some public works grants.
Excellent. So on average, how much do you expect to come from grant sources, Caltrans sources, everything, and how much you think the city should put on it?
That's an excellent question. I don't have an answer for you this evening. We haven't analyzed all of the available grants. I'd love to come back in a few weeks, or maybe a few months, to give you a solid response.
Excellent. Yeah, I think it's very important for us to know. And are you aware that there are plans to have bigger trucks on the streets, much bigger than the ones there are right now? Logistic companies are trying to do it, and there is a movement against it.
Are you speaking about the refuse collectors?
No,
No.
trucks in general.
Trucks.
I'll send you some information about it. I signed a petition and wrote to Congressman Garamendi to oppose that because it damages the street. But can we impose a special tax on heavy trucks?
It's an impact fee.
Yes, I've been in touch with Taufik's colleague, Robert Armijo, the other Deputy Director, City Engineer, and he'll be working with Antonio Banuelos on that.
Excellent. Very good. So if I understand correctly, the rate of deterioration or depreciation increases as the condition gets worse. So we need to take care of them. And I wonder, that are we responsible for the damages we may cause to like vehicles with potholes and stuff, or no? Because I know for sidewalks.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And the report didn't talk about the sidewalks. I was hoping there would be something about that too.
The costs that you see for reconstruction and rehabilitation, those are included. Those include sidewalk, curb ramps, curb and gutter. Maybe not so much sidewalk, but curb and gutter for hydraulic flow to make sure the water goes into the drainage inlets. Curb ramps to ensure that we provide ADA access, and a little bit of sidewalk repair due to city trees. So city tree damage to sidewalk, historically, the city has paid for, but there's many types of sidewalk damage that the city does not pay for, and maybe that's a different conversation.
Yeah, but we need to make streets and sidewalks safe for our residents, so maybe we can talk about it. For example, City of Berkeley provided a 50-50 program, because residents would never do it on their own, but they would jump on the opportunity of 50% only. So hopefully when things get better, maybe we can think about it. But first things first.
There is a program that if someone sells a house, that they are obligated to repair the sidewalk.
Oh, in Richmond?
No, in Oakland. It's a city ordinance. So not every city has that ordinance.
Maybe we need to adopt it.
We can certainly, at another time, discuss that.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it. And you answered one of my questions about how long it takes to move up, that 10 years. I think that's it, thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the great presentation. I think, I don't know if I can speak for all of my colleagues, but I've been very excited about this. It's a pain when you're driving through these potholes. So I'm excited that we're putting this plan together. It's a long time coming. For the very good, and looking at page 4 of your presentation, you have 36.5% under very good. Does that include HOAs, public-private HOAs, roads, or where? Because there's some roads that are
only public, private streets.
These are all public streets?
Only public.
Okay.
Only
Perfect.
City of Richmond public streets.
Perfect.
There
Just wanna
are
make sure of that.
HOAs that have private streets. We do not look at them.
And then have we looked at, or can we look at concrete versus asphalt? I know concrete is more expensive, right? But then looking at other cities that have done it, San Diego is one of them. They are even, because it's so expensive, potentially doing it in intersections only. And what that can help do, as Vice Mayor mentioned, is a way to be able to slow down some cars, because at the intersections is where people are doing donuts. Stamped concrete tends to deter. Am I correct?
So you've got several questions there. Yes, concrete is an alternative. Yes, it is much more expensive, sometimes double. And so it's a very difficult pill to swallow when you can fix one street with concrete versus 2 streets with asphalt. So if we're thinking of it from an environmental point of view, for asphalt roads, probably the most environmental alternative is to recycle. Use the same materials on site, and you then lower your hauling costs, lower your gas, lower your greenhouse gas, your carbon footprint. You can do all of that by recycling the materials in situ. So that would be a way to get to that environmental objective. In terms of stopping people from doing wheelies in the middle of the intersection, you could put dots out there, and that could do it, but drivers don't like it anyway. Stamped concrete, I don't know that it's ever stopped. I don't know about that. I would probably have to look it up, but I don't think it's been very effective to stop folks from, site shows and such.
Thank you. Now, in regards to the concrete, I know it's more expensive. You said about twice as expensive, but it lasts twice as long.
So it can last up to 30 or 40 years, you're right. But it's not cost effective, let's say on a residential street, because you don't get much traffic there, and an asphalt residential street could last 30 years anyway. But if you had, let's say, a major street, let me think of one with a lot of trucks, let's say in an industrial part of the city, then yes, you could do it. Now you have some concrete streets, some intersections that are concrete in the city.
Yeah, we have the deck of the Richmond Parkway. It's concrete, and it lasted. It's built in the 90s, and it's lasted a long time.
Where on the parkway, I'm sorry?
The deck, the elevated portion of the Richmond Parkway, coming from Hilltop towards, let's say, Barrett. It's elevated.
Okay, I'll have to look for it
Yeah,
more.
it's concrete.
Okay.
Usually one of the constructability elements against concrete is that it takes a long time. With an asphalt road, you can pave and you can have it open to traffic the next day. With concrete, it's usually at least minimum of 7 days, maybe 14. And so if you're in a busy intersection or a busy arterial, it's the trade-off between a lot of congestion and a lot of unhappy drivers and residents and business owners versus having a road does cost more, does last longer. The other issue now is maintenance. If the city's maintenance crews are set up to do paving and asphalt and repairs in asphalt, well, now you're going to have a concrete crew as well. So it depends on, all those pros and cons. But certainly I think there is, in the Midwest, there's a lot more concrete roads than there are in California. California tends to be a much more asphalt state. So the contractors here are much more versed in asphalt building, and most of the concrete roads you see are actually on highways.
Right now, what is the standard lifespan of a middle average used road? How often are we supposed to be repairing it, or should we be repairing it?
All design standards we design for a life of 20 years.
So right now, if we invest $15 million on X many streets, we're going to have those be good for at least 20 years?
If it's reconstructed or overlaid. Yeah.
And if we implement a strategy of preventive maintenance, they will last a lot longer than 20 years.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And how do we see prioritizing the streets? I know you said not to just do the very poor, because then we miss everything else. Have we thought about? Where do we start?
Okay. So the city uses a program, a pavement management program called Street Saver, and what it does is it makes a prioritization based on a cost-benefit analysis. And so the streets that will get the biggest bang for the buck for every dollar that's spent will get selected first for repair. And that tends to be preservation or preventive maintenance type treatments, but there are a lot of streets that are in the fair category that will also get selected. A street that needs reconstruction, if it's low volume road, if it's like a cul-de-sac that serves very few homes, it's unlikely to get selected. But if it was a 4-lane arterial, yeah, the chances are that it would get selected. So it depends on multiple factors, but first and foremost, you want to get the biggest bang for your buck for every dollar, and that's what the pavement management program will do.
Now, can you explain to me, so we have a couple of roads with a couple of potholes here and there. How would those fit into this? Are those potholes just something if the rest of the road is pretty good, do we just fix those and then focus on
Right, yes, so there
So the
is
streets that are bigger?
Yes, so that's what I would call routine maintenance. The city has a crew that goes out and fixes those potholes. You don't have to repave the entire road just because of 2 potholes.
Okay, so that's the routine, perfect,
Yes,
thank you.
so that's Councilmember Zepeda, so that's the paving crew. They, when it's winter and it's not raining, then that's when they can do the potholes.
Okay, thank you. And that's it for now. Thank you so much.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes. So thank you for the presentation. I remember learning about all this years ago and how you have to do the old, you don't want to just do the worst streets. And it was kind of counterintuitive because in some ways, you think, hey, let's start with the worst, but you have to also keep up the maintenance of the, slightly streets that have slight damage as well. So in the planning, and I heard your response to Vice Mayor Jimenez, and in terms of the streets of the future, these kind of traffic calming approaches that we've talked about a lot and that we are really happy and grateful that we have funded and we want to see them move forward. So as the street paving happens, it sounds like you're going to connect with some of these other plans, the local road safety plan and others in our traffic calming set of projects in terms of funding and such. But will you do, I guess I'm wondering if engineering will have a system in place. So I would think it would need to have a system. So before a street is repaved, that a design is explored because, there's various things, road diets, bulb outs, roundabouts, and, will that kind of be explored and then the design come into fruition before the pavement occurs?
So what we would do, well, what my engineering colleagues would do, what I used to do, was to take a look at the kind of the holistic approach that you just mentioned. Bicycle facilities, drainage, pedestrian facilities, opportunities for traffic calming. We would have all these layers and we would put them, and we would coordinate with utility companies, for example, give residents an opportunities to fix their private sewer laterals. We'd take a look at the whole checklist of items to see how can we provide the best product. How do we leverage the paving funds with grant funds? Maybe East Bay Mud has a project, so we'll share the cost of paving. We'll let them do their project. And we did that on Costa Avenue and 18th Street a few years ago. We needed to reconstruct the street, but East Bay Mud had a project, so we let them do their work, and then they gave us money. Well, not literally gave us money, but we shared the cost of paving the street. So we look at all these opportunities as a matter of course when we're doing the planning and design.
Great, because the worst thing would be if you have to then break up the new asphalt to put out a bulb out or whatever, so I'm glad you have that thinking in place and you'll have a system in place. Another question, so on the RFP for the collection agency, this is for the city manager, so I know we have a franchise fee.
Yes.
Did we call for, or can we still ask for an impact fee?
We're exploring all possible fees associated with those agreements.
Okay, good. And the final question is about, we talked a little bit about permeable versus non-permeable, but also recycled materials. I know I just read somewhere about LA did something like a huge amount of thousands of streets with recycled materials, like plastics that they crush and they mix with soil or whatever, and it becomes, not only does it help with paving the streets, but it also is diversion from the landfill using other products. So is that something that the city can consider?
So the answer is yes. Recycling in situ is number one because it's easy to do. There's lots of contractors in the Bay Area who know how to do it efficiently and very cost effectively. To incorporate other materials, I think the most common is rubber, crumb rubber from rubber tires. It does
Right,
divert
I've
that
heard
from
of
the
that.
landfill.
Yeah.
You get a grant from Cal Recycle as well to offset the cost of using rubber. And the other benefit of rubber is that it makes your roads last longer. So there are definitely a lot of pros to using recycled rubber. And actually, there are several crumb rubber roads in Richmond. Plastic's not, it's an experiment. Caltrans has done some test roads down in Southern California. They're not performing the way we think they should be performing, so I would not try that in Richmond yet. Let Caltrans work out the kinks before, jumping on board that. But recycling your existing materials, putting in rubber tires, those are all good. Permeable pavements are not so much, they're environmentally sustainable because what they do is they mitigate storm runoff. And there's good things and bad things about that. Number one, you can't put it on a road with a lot of heavy vehicles because they're not strong, not structurally strong. But they work really well on the shoulders or in parking areas. And in the parking areas, what the water does is it just filters down and you don't have to build a storm drain system to divert the water. So Santa Monica, for instance, along the parking lots, along near the beaches, what they've done is instead of installing very expensive storm drain systems, they'll have these pavers or permeable pavements. The con against the disadvantage, though, is that they get plugged up, right? Because they're permeable. So once they get plugged up, they don't work anymore, which means city crews need to go out and vacuum it in order to unplug it, which is expensive too. Tahoe, we actually built a test section in Lake Tahoe because we were trying to protect the clarity of the water in the lake. And after about 2 years, the maintenance crew said that, you know what, it's really not worth it because you have to get special equipment to unplug it. So it depends on the environment you're in. If you have an area with a lot of snow and precipitation, it's probably not the best choice. Here in Richmond, it might. I know Sacramento, West Sacramento, they have a couple of sites. It would be kind of a case-by-case basis, I think, whether you wanted to try it or not. Berkeley outside, I think Berkeley High School, there's a whole block that's made out of pavers. Very expensive, but they wanted to use it as a test section. So I'm always encouraging of any agency who wants to do some innovation and try some test sections. But I wouldn't just go full bore ahead without testing it first.
I see. Well, I'm glad that all this knowledge is there, and you will be looking for opportunities to put it into place. So thank you very much.
Sure.
I'd like to understand the graph on page 4. As I understand it, the percentages are percentages of the amount of streets under the categories.
The area, yes.
Right, and I'm sure that under the fair, there are streets that are closer to very good and streets that are closer to poor.
Yes.
So how do you manage those streets? Because I'm sure we don't want them to go into the poor, so they would probably be the first ones that you attend to. And we also don't want the poor to become very poor. So what's the thinking behind making sure that our PCI goes up without streets becoming very poor?
So that is a very insightful and a very good question. You're right. There are streets that are along that threshold. So what the Street Saver program does, it actually looks at, if we're going to look at it in the next 5 years, at what point does it cross into that threshold? If it crosses down to the let's say it goes from the blue category to the orange category within 2 years, what the program will actually do is it'll just wait for it to fall, because in 2 years, you may not have enough time to get funding, get design, and get it built. But if it doesn't happen for 5 years, it's going to try and fix it while it's still in the blue. So it depends on the timing of how close it is to that threshold.
And I know we don't want the very poor streets to remain very poor. At what point do we decide to improve them?
So that's, again, I think, a policy question. So I'll give you some examples of what other agencies have done. And Oakland, I think, is a great example. And Tawfiq, I think you were there when Oakland. So what usually council will say is to public works staff is, put the majority of the paving budget and let our staff optimizes and finds the highest priority streets and use that money. But you got to put aside maybe 10% of your total budget to fix the worst streets in town. Because residents demand it, right? They want some attention. And Mountain View makes a policy. Every year they reconstruct one street. Everything else in the budget goes towards fixing all the green and the blue streets that they can address. So that's a hybrid policy that you can do. Oakland is now doing the same thing. They got a gigantic bond about Measure KK, about $350 million for roads. And what they said, they would take that money and look at streets below 50. And Orinda did the same thing, that they would look at residential roads below 50 and use that money because the voters voted for it and that's what voters want to see. But federal money, state money would be spent on arterials and collectors because you still got 50% of your network on that. You can't ignore those. So you find a way now of breaking apart or piecing, slicing that pie a little bit differently based on your policies. But I would strongly encourage you, if we're going to try and fix the worst streets, it's the minority of your budget, it's not the majority of your budget. Then you'll be fine.
Okay. And I also wanted to point out that these percentages don't take into account the number of square feet. You know, if you compare Orinda to Richmond, it's going to take a lot more money for Richmond to get to where Orinda got.
Oh, yes.
And so before I have other council members, everyone's had a chance to speak, and I think we should let the public have a chance to speak now.
Looks like we have one speaker online.
Okay, I have Elaine Dawkins. Elaine, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
My sincere apologies. I raised my hand for item Y number 1. So I've enjoyed listening to this, but I have nothing to say about it. My apology.
Okay, thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
All right, in that case, now it's time for comments. And Councilmember Bonner, yes? I have seen all the hands that are up, so if you can be patient, I will call on you. And Bonner, you're first.
Oh, with my question?
Yes.
How
With your
sweet of you,
questions and
Mr.
comments.
Mayor. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So you said that we do receive some state and federal money. And you're going to present to us how much we get from grants. If you could include that too, that'd be awesome.
Yes, we'll have to engage with some of the transportation planners to see what we can expect in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years.
And thank you. So on those 3 categories of arterials and collectors and residential, I assume the type of asphalt is different? So heavy trucks are expected to go on arterials, not residentials. Can we expect, or are we able to tax them or impose a fee if they go to residentials because then they damage it heavily? We're going to consider a tax on heavy trucks anyway, but that's for arterials, assumably. Can we have a higher tax or a fee on residentials?
So you can, I think what you're talking about would be a truck impact fee, and there are cities that have ordinances with those truck impacts. Usually, though, trucks are not allowed to go on residential streets unless they're there to bring construction materials, in which case there's a permit process that you can impose conditions on that developer or the owner of the house that has those the construction traffic. But an 18-wheeler is not going to go through a residential street.
Oh, it came to my neighborhood, actually, and it did damage the residential area. It was a huge East Bay mud truck came to the treatment plant, and everybody noticed the damage on the road, so. And we have PG&E trucks coming for maintenance, other trucks, we see them. So maybe we want to consider those type of impact fee as well on those streets. That's basically it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jimenez?
Thank you. I have a question and maybe kind of like a additional direction for this item. My question, and I think like Councilmember Bana was going with this, with her comments about warehouses. So, what is the impact of the growth in warehouses and the trucks that have increased? And if this is part of your analysis of how the 10-year payment plan?
Sure. I mean, it's a pretty common for us to do that kind of analysis. Let's say if Chevron were going to be rebuilding the refinery and they're going to use city streets to haul all the construction traffic, you could do a traffic a study to say, okay, over the next 2 years, what's happening there. Sharam is doing a study right now, is it El Cerrito, to look at the impact of all the East Bay mud rehabilitation.
But what you are presenting to, and sorry to interrupt you, but what are you presenting to us with the money that we need? Is that study taken into account or not? Because we have, like, there are some ideas, for instance, like warehouses that are growing and.
Unfortunately, if I may, I think that through these processes, we've in discussions with city staff, it has become apparent that there are additional impact fees that the city historically has not assessed that should be assessed. And so staff will be bringing those forward for city council considerations. First, we will need to engage with the consultants to produce the correct studies, but that is needed and is something that is in the pipeline for staff to work on.
So this plan is not including that, is what I am hearing,
No.
right?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. So I think like.
And this is why we have to have better, coordination and planning so that those in the future, because it is unfortunate that those projects were entitled without those impact fees.
And this is what I like. I think like I would like to see in this direction is that we not only just look at the payment index, but it's also like a plan for how street pavement projects can incorporate pedestrian safety and active uses, and how all these plans that we have can be incorporated, and how, like, I think like we need some concrete example of like, okay, if this street is needed to be paved because it has a PCI that is low, but then in additional to that, we have a pedestrian plan that does that is connected.
I would like to interrupt you to say that this is a report of
No,
the street.
there is a direction here as well, so it's not just receive a report. This is what.
And direct staff to utilize the Street Saver Pavement Management System.
Yeah, so I think like maybe if we add that direction to just really every time that you come here with a payment of streets that is really integrated. We have a pedestrian plan or bicycle plan that had been there for 12 years, what we had been doing with that, right? So I think this is an opportunity to start not only moving the pavement index and putting it up, but all of these other plans that we had been doing around street safety, street calming, and so forth.
Yes.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? So NCE, the next time you report out next year, could you incorporate the additional information that's been requested into your report if we include that in your scope of work?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, fantastic.
Awesome, fantastic. Thank you.
Councilmember Robinson?
So I think I'm going to be relatively quick. Some of the things that I was wondering about, I think, are addressed. So I just wanted to reiterate that I have also a special interest in making sure that we are looking at the proliferation of warehouse and distribution centers in our city and that impact on our roadways and any other things. Richmond is definitely becoming a new center for distribution, and that has impacts on not just the roads but also our air. And then the other thing that's just coming to mind is, I'm thinking about budgeting, and I'm thinking about how do we get to this $15 million number, but I feel like we're missing some information because, if there are other sources of funding that we're already accessing, I'd like to understand of that 4 million that we currently spend, how much is already coming from grants and state sources and federal sources. Do we know that number?
Yeah, the 4 million is Measure J, gas tax, and possibly a little bit of general fund for salaries. But by and large, it's a 4 million Measure J and gas tax. So it does not include special grants, formulaic, or competitive. Those would have to be, we'd have to get more information from the transportation planners, for example, at the regional level or the county level or at the state level.
Does it include any kind of current already in place impact fees or no?
No.
And so when we come back, I think there's going to be a time when we're coming back, we're going to be asking to increase this amount. We'll definitely, a part of that ask will show us what this breakout is going to look like how much will continue to come from, fees, how much will come from federal sources, state sources, whatnot, so we can understand how much is going to be coming from the general fund. How much are you requesting from the general fund?
Right. In the short term, the short-term request would be obviously to continue to appropriate Measure J funds. And the impact fees take a long time to adopt because there has to be a study and then they have to be adopted and all of that. So in the short term, it would be a general fund allocation.
And do you know currently what percentage or what part of that 15 million would be general fund?
The short-term request is at mid-year is that we're going to try to at least get to 6 million. So increase it by 2. And it's subject to, the city council's priorities in terms of how you would like to allocate resources. If you would like to go beyond the additional 6. The 6 total. 6 million total.
Thank you.
Okay, I see that the recommended action is to direct staff to utilize the Street Saver payment management system to optimize the use of paving funds for the upcoming fiscal year. So my question is, does this program also allow consideration for the requests that the council has made in terms of evaluating how streets can change to become more pedestrian and bicycle friendly, which I believe all council members are in agreement with?
So the Street Saver program does not. That's where the engineer comes in. So consultants, city staff, we would look at the optimized recommendations and we would make some judgments and shift something from year 2 to year 3 or vice versa in order to accommodate bicycle facilities, pedestrian safety elements, and the like. We would use engineering judgment.
Yes, and I think there are many elements, variables that you can add, and I think just to give you an example, what we would need if we were to help Tufik and the staff prepare this is, in the case of Oakland, they looked at schools and public facilities as a very high priority. And so the roads around schools within a quarter-mile radius were going to have a higher priority than roads of similar condition but not near a school. So in that case, what they provided us was with information about what schools, and then Sharam looked at the roads around those schools, and that's how we came up with a priority list. So, but you could look at, for instance, access to BART stations or public transit. You could look at houses with dense housing if you wanted apartments as a higher priority. You could look at overlay the bicycle or the pedestrian master plan on top of those and look at those streets. There's multiple ways of doing it, but that is definitely what Tufik says. It's a little bit of combining now data from different sources to come up with a prioritized plan that meets your policies. We would just need some guidance about what are the highest priority policies, variables that you have.
Okay, thank you. And final question from Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just been looking at slide 14 and what we have online. I think it's a little different than what you presented, but it's okay. I want to make sure that I understand that the budget needs says 210 million over 10 years. Mm-hmm. And is that to keep us, and I'm going to use the coloring here, in the green, which is good, above the 61 PCI?
Yes, it would be it would take you to 80 if you had $210 million to give, to the Public Works today to fix the streets, you would be at 80.
At 80.
Within 10 years, yes.
Yeah, present value, so like next year, it might be,
Right.
5% or 3% more.
A little more. So 15 million every year versus 21 million every year for 10 years will keep us at 80 versus 61. So the way that you were going to say something different?
$210 million is front-loaded.
Oh, this is the front load
This
as
is
well?
front
Okay,
loaded, right.
that's, if you had 210 million right away, not
Right away.
spread out.
Yeah,
evenly.
present value, like today.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
yes.
Thank you. So then that leads to my other question. If we were to do a bond or something to get that money right away, because to spend $15 million to keep our streets at the same PCI, just
15 million a year, so it's 150.
yeah, 15 million a
yeah.
year, right? And we're going to stay
right.
in the same place.
Right.
We're going to just move some
Right.
bad roads around. Like this one's going to be bad tomorrow. We're going to fix this one. I'm going to come back and this.
Right, the issue.
It's
though,
a
through
hamster
the ma-
wheel is what I
the
see.
issue, though, through the mayor, is that right now interest rates are high. So if after June, if the Fed lowers interest rates 2 times, then we may come back to city council with that sort of recommendation. But right now, since interest rates have been significantly increasing, they're just now we're seeing some softening. Staff wouldn't recommend a bond at this time until there's much lower interest rates.
Is there any other mechanism other than grants and begging?
General fund,
General fund?
yes.
Okay. Thank you. And then if we were to be able to get, if Ms. Quirrell finds us the money, because she's really good at finding us there, 210 million, how fast could we pave the city?
Well, how much pain are the residents willing to suffer through? We're going to construct every single street at the same time. Maybe we'd go neighborhood by neighborhood. I don't know. We don't have an answer. We think we could do a good job with 15 million a year, spread out over 5 years. I mean, that's $75 million. That would be a big bond. And we need to coordinate with all the utility companies. And so we have a lot of planning to do. If we start getting more than 15 million a year, I think it would be overly disruptive to our residents, yeah.
Okay. Because it's going to be a balance of disrupting to fix versus disrupting because your tire popped because of the potholes. So thank you again for your time. No more questions.
Yes, the vice mayor has so many questions.
No, I don't have, but I just think that before we decided how much is going to be spent in payment, I think that we need to know and we need to see how this payment plan aligns with the other plans. So it's important. So then we are not just kind of like going to the public work director and say like, what is the roundabout that we want in Barrett and Key Boulevard that I had been asking for, or the Karin Boulevard, or this. So I think like we need, like for me, more than just say, oh, let's do $50 million for this. I want to see the plan. So it's not for next year. It's for this mid-year that we are going to do that, or then, like we need to have this plan. So in addition to this, I think like I will add in the motions that.
Excuse me, but it says there is no financial impact to this plan. I don't believe that we're being asked to come up with a sum at this point.
I want the plan. I don't want the money, but at least I want the plan, the proposal that how this payment plan is going to be connected and aligned to the other plans. So we know that when Karin Boulevard is going to be paved, we are going to address the issues that Councilmember McLaughlin is asking to do. So I just want to make sure that this is like that doesn't go away and then it's not directed and then it's like, oh, just a comment of the vice mayor right now. So I just want to make sure that it gets on the motion
So we have it.
Yeah, Vice Mayor Jimenez, my understanding, as Tofik explained, that is the work that the engineers do as like, that is their job, right? Their job is to integrate these plans and to make informed recommendations based on their expertise. And so all of those projects that you've described are currently on the CIP list, and they're either in the design phase or in the bid phase, or there's construction documents being created, all of those things. And so what I would encourage us to do, because like the longer is to, if the council believes that staff is committed to doing a good job, which I think we've demonstrated that, is to basically, we have to continue to do what you've requested in terms of, and you'll see it with the mid-year presentation is a dashboard with all the CIP projects, but concurrently, we still have to keep doing the basic work of paving and slurry sealing streets that may not be on the list of 61 CIP projects, right? It might not be on that list. And so that staff has to have discretion of, if we have 4 million or 6 million, some of it they'll allocate if there's a gap in a budget, right? Then they'll allocate paving money like they did, like Tofik illustrated some projects where they did that. And other times they'll put together a bid package. I'm just making up a street right now because I've driven down it recently, like the Parkway, right? The Parkway's really deteriorated. So maybe in the interim, we do some slurry sealing in some areas of town, and then concurrently while that's happening.
I understand what you're saying, but I believe that what what Vice Mayor Jimenez wants is the plan. You know, what streets are going to be slurry sealed, what streets are going to be, you know, at what level the streets are going to be.
And how that connected to the other plans. So we know like we are going to make sure that like we are going to spend this money this year for that, so we know what are the streets and what are that connection.
Yeah, that is what staff is working on. We're happy to do. We're happy to do that.
So what I'm understanding is that there are basic maintenance that needs to be done, and that is the first things that you will be doing. But what we also want to know is that when some of those streets require or could require or could use engineering plans for bicycle and pedestrian, that would be included.
Yes.
Okay, and now, Councilmember
So
Robinson.
I think that this might be a solution to this issue is, you know, in the capital improvement projects, we have kind of an overview of what's happening with each one of those projects where it outlines what the project is and everything. We can add criteria to those descriptions, where one of the criteria is how does this project address existing plans, and listing off the bicycle pedestrian plan, the urban greening plan, whatever, so we can say, so that we can make it clear,
policies. Yeah, we
right,
can
make it
add
clear how the engineer has, you know, incorporated those plans or considered those plans in this project that's moving forward. I think, and maybe also include traffic calming. You know, how is this project addressing traffic calming? So then it's clear, it's available to council. We can look at that plan and we can actually see how each one of these things. And if we have questions about it, we can go and ask.
Sure. Yes, and we would even take it a little bit further. We have communities of concern, first mile, last mile, and additional considerations that were not mentioned. So yes, we're committed.
And those things are not currently listed in those descriptions. Yeah. So it'd be great to be able to add those things, and then we would have that level of visibility, and then we could have an opportunity before a project, you know, hits the ground to you know, ask for things or ask questions.
Yeah, we can ask Mark to add that to the CIP dashboard.
Yeah, and I think it'd be great to have another presentation. You know, once you use the street saver to figure out what streets need attention first, you know, for you to come back and explain to us what those streets might be, so that we could understand whether or not those streets are streets that would require further attention in terms of incorporating the other plans that we have. Okay.
Okay.
Well, with that, I want to thank you. You did a fantastic presentation, and you answered a lot of questions. And I'm sure you also raised a lot of questions, which you in turn answered. So, huh?
Do we need a motion?
Um,
Does staff feel they have
Yeah.
enough information?
Yeah, so, I guess if we need a motion, do we need a motion, or is the direction?
If you have specific, if you just want to receive and file the report, you can do that. If you have specific direction you want to give, then you would need a motion.
I would like to make a motion to accept the direction that staff would like, but to add to it that we add to the capital improvement plan the different criteria that we've talked about today, so that it's a part of that plan, so we know what's happening with traffic calming, what's happening with, addressing the other existing plans. So that's explicit and a clear direction.
I second that.
Can we name it synergistic policies? That's something we've done in the past sometimes in staff reports, and that might make it easier.
As
Or
long as
policies
that
plan.
means that people are actually gonna, look at the bike
Yeah, no.
ped
So it'll
plan
list
and
out like if
actually-
it's
yeah.
first mile, last mile, or bike and ped plan, or,
Mhm.
because those are things that the council's already adopted.
Right, but I want to make sure that we don't lose the forest for the trees, in that our objective is to use the Street Saver program to figure out what streets need to be addressed. And so I think what we need to do is to focus on those streets. And when we focus on those streets, we need to do everything that was asked for in terms of first mile, last mile, in terms of pedestrian and bicycle safety, roundabouts, et cetera.
I have a friendly amendment because I just want to make sure it's clear, because I don't know if the 18 traffic calming projects are part of the capital projects. I don't think they are, so could we just add, I think you said the capital projects, but also the traffic calming?
And can I say that I believe these 18 projects are capital projects, and they
believe
should be
they are.
in the capital improvement
I-
plan. I'm not
I
quite
agree,
sure why
but
they're not
I was-
not included.
Yeah, because when I talked with the staff of Public Works, and they were talking about 60 capital projects are
63.
funded, and then I said, well, are the 18 traffic calming in? And they said, oh, no, then you add the 18, that's like 7, remember? Tawfiq, you were
Yeah,
there.
Traffic calming, for now, we would just call it the traffic calming project. Inside, there are multiple elements. Some we can do with our existing staff, and some that we have to contract out, or some that we have to give to a transportation consultant to actually perform the studies. So they're inside that catch-all phrase of these
Just so
18
you-
items. There's a variety of types of
Just so
work.
you know that those have to be also looked at in terms of the
So let
research
me
you're gonna be doing.
try this. So I think the motion is to accept the staff recommendation to use the Street Saver program to select streets to improve. And in the process of selecting those streets, once selected, and for projects that are street projects that are in the capital improvement plan, we want to add the synergistic, what was the language used?
Policies.
Synergistic policies as criteria to those when they're listed in the capital improvement plan. And they should be listed in the capital improvement plan once the program is used. And any other capital improvement program, like the 18 projects, should also be included in the capital improvement programs and include the synergistic policies.
I think Tawfiq has got it.
That's the motion. Or direction, motion.
Yeah,
All
we
right.
want to make sure that like when you are doing something, a payment or something that you let us know what other things are you doing besides that that is connected to the plans, to advance the plans that we had been passed in these years.
That was in the motion.
Perfecto.
All right,
I second that.
all right. So,
Before we take a vote, can I ask a question? How they feel about this motion, if it's gonna add to the cost, or
how they feel or what they think?
what they think? That's what I
Okay.
meant.
All right.
So these amendments, do you think if they're gonna hinder the process and add to the cost of engineering, et cetera, or you can grab it easily on the way?
Well, I think it's doable.
Okay.
I think this is a good list. And
Yeah, and
kind
the
of
Public Works
con-
Director isn't here,
Yeah.
so if we have any concerns regarding implementation or schedule, we'll be sure to communicate that, but we'll certainly do the best we can. And when we present mid-year, we'll have the CIP dashboard in the state that it's in, and we'll need to continue to work on it. But a good example of a project where what you're describing took place is on Barrett Avenue, where originally it was just going to be, a paving, and then it implemented the measures that you all are describing. So I think staff has done a good job of trying to incorporate all the plans so far.
Roll call?
Councilmember Bonner,
Thank you, I can say yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
All right. Thank you so much. And we get to our favorite part of the
We have one more item.
consent calendar item, which is, go
Item
ahead, read it out.
X10A. That's to appropriate $550,000 from the general fund to the general capital fund for the effort to install street sweeping signs equitable throughout all city neighborhoods.
I have a memory.
This was
We're
removed
doing the street.
from the consent by Councilmember Bonner.
Councilmember Bonner, did you have a question that we can answer?
I'm sorry, I thought we were about to adjourn.
No, we have the street sweeping.
I remember now.
I was
Thank
going to say,
you.
we would like to.
Thank you for refreshing my mind.
I was just gonna.
Can we have the
So,
presentation?
can I just say why I pulled it? I think I don't need
Sure.
a presentation at this time of the night. I think it's an excellent program. The only thing is that there are streets in the very high fire hazard severity zone. Residents have been asking for no parking signs on red flag days when there's a danger of fire and fire trucks couldn't get there, people couldn't evacuate. My suggestion is look before you print them, the sweeping signs for those areas. Check them out, work with the fire marshal, and if some streets need to say no parking on red flag days, please add them to the signs. So hopefully we'll save time and the process will be expedited this way for public safety. Thank you very much.
I move the item.
Okay, the item was moved by Vice Mayor
Second
Jimenez.
it.
Seconded by Robinson. Roll call?
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda is absent, and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmembers Zepeda and Willis absent.
And can I just clarify, we'll have to check the RMC to see if it says that we have a provision that allows to say no parking on high-severity zones, and if we do have that in the RMC, then we could put it on the signs, and if not, it would need to go to the city attorney's office to bring something before the council to implement that.
Okay.
I don't know right now, off the top of my head, if it's already exists in the RMC,
What is RMC?
the Richmond Municipal Code with what you're asking for.
I'll bring it to the council next time. If we have to, let me know, please. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor, we did have one speaker online.
Oh, yes.
Okay, we have Tarnell Abbott. You have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. This is Tarnell Abbott, Richmond resident. I have an issue with this, and one of the issues is that during the last administration, this came up, and it came up in the form where Public Works had expended the money and bought the signs before the approval of the city council. So I want to know what happened to those signs. I'm sorry. You know, maybe Public Works needs to look around and see if those signs are still there before having more signs made. If they're not there, I would really like it if the signs could be smaller. One of the main, actually, a lot of people have objected to this enforcement of these signs. And one of the objections is the size of the signs are really large and they're really unsightly. Neighbors have worked really hard to put out handmade signs, or some of the neighborhoods have bought signs and they put them out on street sweeping days, asking people to move their cars. We've asked for other types of notification to be given to us other than these very unsightly signs. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a quick,
There
just
are no
for
more
this,
speakers.
for the sake of Tawfiq here, the issue came up about the size of the signs in the past, and I remember telling him when this item came forward to please make sure all the signs are of the smaller nature than the big signs, and he said, yes, he'd be happy to do that. So I'm hopeful that will be the case, so it's not these large signs that people are objecting to.
And if you can give us, like the speaker mentioned something about that signs were bad before. So if you can report about that, I don't know, but it would be good for transparency to know what happened.
Okay.
If that is.
It's the first I've heard of it, but I'll find out.
And one more thing, I mean, we don't have a reminder system, and I'm not going to put that out there right now, but at some point, you know, with the signs, it would be helpful to have like an email system. Many cities have it to remind people to move their cars. So that would be something to consider for the future. I think, you know, I don't want to muddy the water right now.
I just wanted to say a few things. So we had a number of meetings on how best to bring this forward and how best to bring it back. And some of those meetings included talks with Chief French on how to roll this out so that people aren't caught off guard. So there's actually a plan, a community outreach plan, so that, you know, enforcement wouldn't go into place until there was, I think, 1 or 2 months of notice sent to folks, and that they would get a warning first, and then enforcement would go in after a period of time where only warnings were given. So there's been a lot of consideration on how to roll this out so that it's equitable in all neighborhoods. There's no feeling of differential treatment.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now we can go to the next item, which is, adjournment with memorials.
Mr. Mayor, I think you'll probably want to end the meeting in memory of former Mayor Anderson, but I also want to add, I mean, we gave a proclamation, of course, so I just want to mention her name in the adjournment as well. But also Steve Birchoff passed on, who was a member of our Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force. He's also, I think, he may be president of May Valley Neighborhood Council, or may have been. Sadly, he passed on recently, so would you end the meeting in his memory as well?
Yes, I was going to mention his name.
Good.
Yes. And Councilmember Bana?
Thank you. I would also like to honor memory of Steve Bishop, who for many years was the president of May Valley Neighborhood Council. He was a good friend. He was a very effective neighbor. He was a pillar of the community. And as you know, he fell down at the end of the last reimagining task force meeting. Unfortunately, he did not recover. There is going to be a public memorial by the family in his memory, and I will keep the community posted. Thank you.
Thank you. With those, this meeting is adjourned.